Chapter 294. Hugging Kinuhita Sai's soft body. Listening to Kinuhita Sai's soft moans. Smelling Kinuhita Sai's sweaty scent. Enjoying every part of Kinuhita Sai's body. Wuyin moved his body and closed his eyes in satisfaction. In the entire space, Wuyin's two favorite sounds echoed. One is the most pleasant moans from the girl's mouth. The other is the slapping sounds from the thrusting of the body. No matter how long he listens to it, Wuyin feels that he can't get enough of it. Wuyin is feeling one thing. Kinuhita Sai is feeling another. She heard her own sounds. Wuyin felt pleasure, but she felt embarrassed. She also heard the sounds of the thrusting of the body. When Wuyin felt pleasure, she also felt pleasure, but she was also gritting her teeth. Kinuhita Sai isn't as shameless as Wuyin. As a girl, even if Kinuhita Sai is a bit tough, she would still feel embarrassed. Kinuhita Sai couldn't believe that such sounds would come out of her mouth. Kinuhita Sai kept trying to stop her sounds, but with Wuyin's thrusting, the electric current that came from the deepest part of her body made her unable to control her mouth. In the end, she couldn't stop moaning. Kinuhita Sai almost lost her soul when she experienced the feeling of love for the first time. Her rationality has already left her brain. At this moment, Kinuhita Sai feels that she is no longer herself. However, Kinuhita Sai didn't deny it. At this moment, she is indeed the most comfortable. However, Kinuhita Sai also didn't try to hide her embarrassment. Her face is red. Half of it is because of the pleasure, the other half is because of the shame. Kinuhita Sai has never hated her helplessness like today. Being abducted, Kinuhita Sai can accept it. Being pushed, Kinuhita Sai can accept it. But this embarrassing position, Kinuhita Sai can't accept it no matter what. Lying on the bed, Kinuhita Sai's hands subconsciously grabbed onto the blanket. Looking at the blanket in front of her and feeling the impact on her back, Kinuhita Sai's heart was once again filled with tears. Can we make a deal? Let's change positions. This sentence, Kinuhita Sai wanted to say it countless times, but every time it reached her throat, it would be squeezed away by a moan. In the end, Kinuhita Sai maintained this embarrassing position for almost half an hour. She was also embarrassed for almost half an hour. Even though Kinuhita Sai no longer had any sense of rationality in her mind, she still retained her sense of shame. Thus, under the influence of this shame, Kinuhita Sai quickly exploded. After letting out a long cry, Kinuhita Sai's nerves also snapped. Her skin flushed crimson red. Kinuhita Sai lost the last bit of strength she had to support herself and collapsed on the ground, unable to get up anymore. Wuyin furrowed his brows and sighed helplessly. His expression is one of exasperation for not living up to his expectations. Grumbling in his heart, Wuyin followed Kinuhita Sai's collapsed body and laid on top of her, using his body to tell Kinuhita Sai is still not satisfied. In Kinuhita Sai's eyes, the little bit of consciousness that had just returned to her. Upon sensing Wuyin's actions, a trace of panic flashed across her eyes. Before she could say anything, Wuyin once again entered her body and made her sing. At this moment, in this space, other than the sound of Kinuhita Sai's moans and the sound of the bed colliding against each other, there was finally another sound, and that was the sound of the bed being unable to bear the weight. This sound undoubtedly added to the fun, causing Wuyin's movements to become even more violent. This also caused Kinuhita Sai to feel hatred. This bed is too weak. Very soon, Kinuhita Sai was also unable to bear the weight like the bed. She let out a long whimper. Her body tensed up again. Kinuhita Sai welcomed her second climax of the day. However, just like before she could catch her breath, Kinuhita Sai was once again manipulated by Wuyin. Kinuhita Sai was completely flustered. Her pair of eyes were filled with endless tears. She looked at Wuyin charmingly and moaned, You're still going? As for the question of, are you going to come or not? Wuyin answered her straightforwardly, following the movement of his body. Help, help, help. For the nth time, Kinuhita Sai's heart was filled with tears. In the past, she was still full of confidence in her endurance. After all, in order to complement her nitrogen armor ability, Kinuhita Asai trained her body quite a bit. But this time, under the actions of the beast behind her, Kinuhita Asai felt that her previous confidence was nothing in front of this guy. Indeed, no matter how much Kinuhita Asai trained, in terms of physical strength, compared to the true ancestor, she is nothing but trash. Thus, in the midst of Kinuhita Asai's soft moans and begging for mercy, a new battle started once again. Kinuhita Asai could only close her eyes and silently pray. My body is no longer youthful. I hope you can persevere. Suddenly, in this space where there were only 3 sounds, another sound rang out. However, it was different from the previous 3 sounds. This sound was very short, but it attracted the attention of Lei Feng and Lei Feng, because that's the sound of the rune door being opened, subconsciously stopping their movements. Wu Yin and the panting Kinuhita Asai reflexively looked towards the door. With one look, both of them were stunned. Frenda, Takitsubu. Kinuhita Asai's exclamation revealed the reason why the door was opened. However, this reason caused the 2 of them who were still in the most intimate position to be stunned. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku stood at the door and stared at the 2 of them. Their expressions didn't change at all, as if the other party wasn't doing something shameful but was playing a game of chess. The 2 of them who were in a daze didn't notice that Frenda and Takitsubu Riku's eyes have lost their luster. Kinuhita Asai was the first to react. Looking at her 2 best friends standing at the door, Kinuhita Asai's face instantly turned red. The shame in her heart suddenly exploded. Yuwa! Letting out a loud cry, Kinuhita Asai covered her face with both hands. Her body started to twist and turn, trying to escape from Wu Yan's control. Her embarrassed and angry voice came out from the gaps between her fingers. Frenda, Takitsubu, don't look, super, don't look. Kinuhita Asai's voice didn't manage to get Frenda and Takitsubu Riku to leave. Instead, it woke Wu Yan up. Wu Yan, who came back to his senses, stared blankly at Frenda and Takitsubu Riku, who were standing at the door. Feeling his own desire on Kinuhita Asai's body, Wu Yan's heart actually burst with excitement. And so, Wu Yan, *******, his body became erect. All of Kinuhita Asai's shame turned into moans. Kinuhita Asai couldn't believe that her body started to move again. She almost cried. Sure enough, this guy is a super *********. Unable to stop moaning, Kinuhita Asai couldn't bear to imagine herself at this moment. She only knows that she's done for. She won't dare to show her face to anyone anymore. However, Kinuhita Asai didn't expect that in the end, the one who doesn't dare to show her face isn't her, but Frenda and Takitsubu Riku, who barged into this loving little red room. The familiar sound of the door closing rang again. Wu Yan's movement stopped once more. Kinuhita Asai, who didn't know what happened, also opened her fingers and looked over. In the end, the scene that entered their eyes made the man and woman stunned again. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku didn't leave. Instead, they closed the door and entered the room. That's not all. The 2 women stared blankly at Wu Yan and Kinuhita Asai. Then, in front of Wu Yan and Kinuhita Asai's gaze, they started to take off their clothes. Kinuhita Asai was stunned, so was Wu Yan. At the same time, he was also stunned. Could it be that today is the day to break the record? Flying 3? Chapter 295. As a petite figure that is smaller than Kinuhita Asai and a voluptuous figure appeared in front of Wu Yan and Kinuhita Asai's eyes, they finally realized this time it's too late. This isn't the first time Wu Yan has seen these 3 figures in their nude state. Not only that, he's seen them in this state almost every day. Those 3 photos of Kinuhita Asai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku are still in his space ring. He takes them out to admire them twice a day. However, this is the second time he is seeing them in real life. This time, it's much more exciting than the previous time. After all, the previous time, he was just taking advantage of her, but this time, Kinuhita Asai is still underneath him. Kinuhita Asai felt that all the surprises in her life had been used up today. Her worldview had been completely destroyed in just one day. Looking at her two best friends walking towards her after taking off all their clothes, Kinuhita Sai's mind was in a complete mess. Wait. Super wait for me. Kinuhita Sai squeezed out all the energy she had stored up for tomorrow. Like a dying flash of light, she bounced up from her bed, giving Wu Yin a fright. However, Kinuhita Sai didn't have the heart to care about Wu Yin. Seeing that Frenda and Takitsubu Riku were not listening to her and were slowly walking towards them, Kinuhita Sai was on the verge of breaking down. She screamed hysterically, "What are you guys super doing? Do you guys super know what you're doing? You guys are super crazy." Kinuhita Sai is only one step away from adding a nitrogen armor to her fist and giving herself a punch. Seeing Frenda and Takitsubu Riku stripping naked and walking towards the two who are having papa, anyone would think that they're going to participate in this. Even if logic tells Kinuhita Sai that with her two best friends, such a thing is impossible, absolutely impossible. But looking at the current situation, she has no choice but to believe it. Super wait for me. Did you guys not hear me? As the two girls continued to approach as if they didn't hear anything, Kinuhita Sai finally broke down. With her two small fists covered in nitrogen armor, Kinuhita Sai's exhausted body actually jumped up from the bed as though she was possessed by King Kong Hercules. Kinuhita Sai only wanted to use her ability to destroy everything in front of her to relieve her current bad mood. However, before she could jump halfway, she was directly carried into the arms of a certain evil wolf who was scheming. As her body was pulled into his embrace, Kinuhita Sai subconsciously punched him. However, in the next second, her fist trembled as all her strength was sucked out. Kinuhita Sai's eyes widened as she felt that familiar hard object once again break through her barrier and enter her body. Kinuhita Sai cried, "Well, what time is it now?" "You're still..." Kinuhita Sai didn't get to finish her sentence because her petite body was being tossed around by Wu Yin at a speed never seen in her entire life. And Kinuhita Sai was on the verge of swallowing the last bit of life she had left. Doing pa with someone else in front of her best friend was so exciting. Kinuhita Sai had never thought that she would be treated like this one day. On the other hand, Wu Yin was completely immersed in his excitement. If it was the usual Wu Yin, he might be able to see something from Frenda and Takitsubu Riku's actions. But right now, Wu Yin is in the middle of his lovemaking. Thus, Wu Yan's IQ dropped without limit, tossing her petite body. Wu Yin looked at Frenda and Takitsubu Riku who were already in front of him. He reached out an arm, hugged Frenda's petite body, and pulled her down. "No, Wu, I can't," Kinuhita Sai screamed with all her might, begging, "Wu, like this. And, really, Wu, I can't." Ignoring Kinuhita Sai's pleading, Wu Yin continued tossing Kinuhita Sai's body with one hand while caressing Frenda's body with the other. Soon, Frenda's body started to blush. After caressing Frenda's perky butt, Wu Yin placed Kinuhita Sai on top of her. Ignoring Kinuhita Sai's body, he placed Frenda's body on top of Kinuhita Sai's, overlapping them. "What are you trying to do?" Kinuhita Sai's eyes started to lose focus. She already guessed Wu Yan's plan, but it's because she guessed it that Kinuhita Sai asked. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe that her first time turned out to be so exciting. When Frenda's body was on top of her, Kinuhita Sai's mind went blank. She subconsciously hugged Frenda. Kinuhita Sai wanted to scold Frenda, but Wu Yan's relentless thrust stopped her from doing so. Looking at Frenda's face, Kinuhita Sai finally realized that Frenda's eyes were devoid of any light. Realizing that this matter isn't as simple as it seems, Kinuhita Sai grabbed onto Wu Yin like a life-saving straw, hoping that he would listen to her. But this is another hopeless wish. With a long thrust, Wu Yin entered Frenda, who was on top of Kinuhita Sai. Frenda, who was moving around like a doll, let out a whimper. After that whimper, Frenda's blue eyes finally regained some light. But if possible, Frenda would rather not recover. Frenda has been maintaining her consciousness, but for some reason, she couldn't control her body. In her mind, she watched herself and Takitsubu Riku being naked and entering this forbidden place. Frenda only had one thought in her mind, and that is, I should just die. This thought, when Frenda saw herself being carried by Wu Yin and placed on top of Kinuhata Saiai's body, it became even more intense. Realizing what was going to happen in the next second, in the last second before she could no longer control her body, Frenda let out a hateful cry from the depths of her heart. Shokuho Misaki, I hate you. In the next second, Frenda felt her body being forcefully penetrated. Then she regained control of her body. Her blue eyes regained some light and met with Kinuhata Saiai's eyes. The two of them stared at each other, but the expression in their eyes was one of shame and anger. The sudden divine opening made Wu Yan's face as wide as a hippopotamus. A satisfied smile hung on his face. Wu Yan looked at the two lowly girls lying in front of him. He almost couldn't hold back his laughter. How long has it been since I last had this kind of treatment? Sure enough, being a transmigrator is so satisfying. One moment Frenda, the next Kinuhata Saiai. Wu Yan didn't want to talk anymore, and in fact, he really didn't want to talk anymore. Wu Yan just wanted to enjoy himself before he leaves this world. Although he used to enjoy himself almost every day, today he enjoyed himself a lot. The two lowly girls who were looking at each other helplessly started moaning in front of each other. They were so close to each other that they started moaning in front of each other. Kinuhata Saiai and Frenda both had an expression of wanting to cry, but no tears came out. Too embarrassed to look at each other, they could only close their eyes. However, after moaning, the fragrance from their mouths still hit each other's faces, telling them that this is all real. Just like that, Frenda and Kinuhata Saiai started living the most unbearable day in their hearts, including Takitsubu Riku, who is still standing on the side. She still hasn't broken free from the control, but she still has her own consciousness and witnessed everything with her own eyes. Chapter 296. Heavy, very heavy. This was the first thought that flashed through Wu Yan's mind after he lifted Takitsubu Riku's breasts. It's as heavy as Ikaros. It's as heavy as Shokuhu Xian, but it's different from Ikaros and Shokuhu Xian's. Wu Yan couldn't quite wrap his head around this strange feeling. He's also surprised by it. What kind of person is Wu Yan now? To put it simply, Wu Yan is no longer human. After all, he is now a true ancestor. In addition to the strong vitality and recovery ability of a true ancestor, they also have a very prominent characteristic. That is their physical strength. This is to be expected. After all, a true ancestor is an existence at the top of the life chain. How can their physical strength be weak? It might be a bit of an exaggeration to say that he can split mountains and earth, but that's it. With this kind of strength, although lifting a pair of breasts is abnormal, it is undoubtedly a world of difference compared to the so-called splitting mountains and earth. It actually made Wu Yan feel heavy. Wu Yan also knows that this weight is different from normal weight. But this doesn't stop Wu Yan from liking this pair of breasts. Takitsubu Riku still has a blank look on her face. Of course, this is only on the surface. In the depths of her heart, the consciousness that saw her being teased by Wu Yan is extremely embarrassed. If Takitsubu Riku could still control her body, her face would be completely red by now. Shame is an understatement to describe the current situation. Takitsubu Riku is one of them. Kinuhata Saiai and Frenda, who are still lying on top of each other under Wu Yan's body, are the other two. Things have already developed to this point. Whether it is Kinuhata Saiai or Frenda, they have already accepted their fate and threw away all the emotions in their hearts to endure everything that Wu Yan has brought to them. The result of this is that Kinuhata Saiai, who has already reached her peak many times, is now lying on the ground like a dead pig. As for Frenda, although she came later, her situation is similar. After all, no matter how strong she is still just a lowly. After pushing Frenda to her limit again, Wu Yan took a deep breath to suppress the restlessness in his heart. Listening to Frenda's long moans, He gently placed her beside the exhausted Kinuhita Sai. At the same time, he tightened his grip on Takitsubu Riku's breasts. Takitsubu Riku didn't react at all, as if she didn't care about Wu Yan's actions. However, within those dead eyes, a layer of ripples suddenly bloomed. Her skin slowly turned red, proving that Takitsubu Riku isn't completely emotionless. Of course, Takitsubu Riku can feel it. Although she has lost control of her body, her senses are still there. Taking a glance at Kinuhita Sai and Frenda, who are panting like dead dogs, Takitsubu Riku's heart is filled with an inexplicable sense of fear and anticipation. Just like Kinuhita Sai and Frenda, Takitsubu Riku knew from the day she was kidnapped by Wu Yan that this day would come sooner or later. With Wu Yan's personality, Takitsubu Riku even thought that this day came a little late. Before this, she always thought that Wu Yan would eat them on the first day of their arrival. She didn't expect this day to be delayed. Takitsubu Riku couldn't help but wonder if Wu Yan wanted them from Yujino Shizuri, not because he wanted to eat them like Kinuhita Sai said, but because he had other motives. If Takitsubu Riku knew that among the three of them, Frenda was eaten on the first night, she wouldn't think this way. And now, this day has finally come. Although it was a result of someone with ulterior motives, Takitsubu Riku can't help but feel a little hopeful towards something like this. After all, back then, Takitsubu Riku was different from Kinuhita Sai and Frenda. When she followed Wu Yan, Kinuhita Sai was half-forced and Frenda was half-threatened. The reason why she was half-forced and half-threatened was because of Kinuhita Sai and Frenda. Frenda was a little too timid, but if Kinuhita Sai really didn't want to follow Wu Yan, then even if Wu Yan was serious, she wouldn't have compromised. It can only be said that after that day at the lab, everything that Wu Yan did to Kinuhita Sai and Frenda has left a faint shadow in their hearts, just like Takitsubu Riku. After all, before this, they were still pure and innocent girls. That's why under Wu Yan's half-forced and half-threatened situation, the two girls subconsciously didn't resist. They just wanted to give it a try, and were basically abducted. But Takitsubu Riku is the only one among the three who volunteered. Compared to Kinuhita Sai and Frenda, who can only leave a faint shadow, Takitsubu Riku left a deep impression in her heart. Especially after the incident with Kikin Taidaku, her impression of Wu Yan exploded. That's why she volunteered. It's just that, as a normal girl, Takitsubu Riku is still a little scared of her first time. When Wu Yan hugged Takitsubu Riku and pressured her with his great spear, this fear intensified. Takitsubu Riku wanted to say something, but her body is being controlled. She can't move. Seeing that the great spear is about to reach the city gate, Takitsubu Riku couldn't help but shout the exact same words that Frenda shouted in her heart. Shoka Hoshin, I hate you. The moment he finished his thought, a Ipuchi sound was heard as well. Humph. A soft groan came out from Takitsubu Riku's mouth. At the same time, it means that she has regained control of her body. Her eyes that have regained their vigor stared at Wu Yan's face. Takitsubu Riku clenched her teeth and endured the pain. But her deeply furrowed brows let Wu Yan know that it's not that she doesn't feel pain. Grabbing Wu Yan's shoulders tightly with both hands and wrapping her legs around Wu Yan's waist, Takitsubu Riku softly moaned and said softly, Please, please be gentler. Wu Yan put on a hearty smile, causing Takitsubu Riku's heart to thump. At the same time, Kinuhita Sai and Frenda, who have regained some of their strength, wanted to punch that evil smiling face. Takitsubu Riku's eyes were blinded, so she couldn't see Wu Yan's intention. But Kinuhita Sai and Frenda saw through it. That's obviously a proud smile. After happily licking Takitsubu Riku's breasts that Wu Yan couldn't stop praising, Wu Yan held one of Takitsubu Riku's breasts with one hand and her breasts with the other. Then, he began the action that he did the most today. Takitsubu Riku's moans were released by Wu Yan's actions. Not long after, Kinuhita Sai and Frenda's moans followed suit. In this space, it's like a symphony, causing ripples in the air. Outside the door, Shoko Xian's face blushed as she listened to the sounds coming from the room. After all, she sang the same song this morning. Listening to the three different voices, Shoko Xian's eyes flashed with embarrassment and anger. Based on her understanding of Wu Yin, these three girls are definitely being targeted by him. Shoko Xian's only wish is for that day to come earlier. Sighing softly, Shoko Xian's eyes were filled with anger as she said softly, "You got off too easy?" The more she thought about it, the more she felt it wasn't worth it. At the same time, she was pissed at herself. What the hell is wrong with her to care about something like this? Her starry eyes looked towards Mikoto's room. She rolled her eyes. A sly glint flashed in her eyes. Her lips curled into a cold smile. No, I can't let that bastard get away so easily. At least, I can't let him get away so easily. Chapter 297. Academy City, School District 7. Wu Yan's home. The room that had been filled with intimate sound for the entire day was now completely silent, except for a few light panting sounds. Wu Yan is lying straight on his pillow with a face like a spring breeze. It's easy to see how comfortable Wu Yan is right now. Kinuhita Sai's petite body is lying behind him. Frenda is lying on Wu Yan's left side, while Takitsubu Riku, who has the best figure, is being hugged by Wu Yan and placed on top of him. This scene tells everyone what happened here. Feeling Takitsubu Riku's soft breast pressing against his chest. Even if Wu Yin doesn't smoke, he can't help but want to light one up. It's only now that Wu Yin recalled what happened with Ripple. He felt that something was wrong. Towards Frenda and Takitsubu Riku's previous behavior. Whether it's what he saw on the screen, or what he got to know about the two girls during this period of time, Wu Yin has a feeling that the two girls wouldn't do something like him naked and willingly join Ripple's battle. With their personalities, they wouldn't do such a thing. Just by thinking about Frenda and Takitsubu Riku's previous behavior and the situation in this room, you can understand what's going on. After all, Wu Yin isn't a bulldozer that doesn't know how to use his brain, you are. It's because he thought of the reason for this that Wu Yin was stunned. It can't be, right? With Her Majesty's personality, would she help me expand the Crystal Palace? That's impossible. She's Her Majesty. Wu Yin thought he understood Shokuhu Sasuke very well, but he didn't think that if Shokuhu Sasuke could see through his little scheme, with her personality, it's not impossible for her to do something like this. And when something like this happens, it means that Her Majesty is going to scam someone. Wu Yin didn't expect this. That's why he ended up in tragedy. Wu Yin didn't want to think about it since he can't figure out why. He just kept this matter in his heart and decided to ask Shokuhu Xian about it. Wu Yin shook his head, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. At the same time, in another room, Chuju Mikoto, Astria, Shokuhu Xian, and Ikaros, who was hugging a sleeping Flander-chan, slowly walked out. The girls had different expressions on their faces. Astria's face was filled with embarrassment and anger. Ikaros' face was expressionless. Chuju and Mikoto had their heads lowered. Only Shokuhu Xian had a faint smile on her face. Everyone's gaze landed on the same room after they walked out of the room. That room is Wu Yan's room. Chuju and Mikoto looked around the living room. When they didn't see Wu Yin, Kinuhita, Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, their faces darkened even more. A dense aura surrounded them. Even Astria took a few steps back in fear. The room was silent. After a while, Chuju and Mikoto took the lead and walked towards Wu Yan's room. Astria, Ikaros, and Shokuhu Xian followed behind. When Wu Yan's consciousness returned to his head, Wu Yin let out a light sigh. He opened his eyes and sat up from his bed. After a good night's sleep, Wu Yin felt his bones going soft. Stretching lazily, Wu Yan's sleepy eyes slowly regained their usual vigor. However, when Wu Yin saw the scene in front of him, he froze on the spot. His entire body stiffened like a rock. His pair of wine-red eyes were in a state of stupor. Looking at the scene in his room, Wu Yin thought he was dreaming. Chuju and Mikoto, one on the left and one on the right, stood in front of his bed. They were looking at him with a faint sneer on their face. Their eyes were burning with rage. Astria looked at Wu Yin like she's looking at a scumbag. Ikaros didn't know what to do with Wu Yin, who just woke up. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't. She lowered her head and hugged Flandrachon's sleeping body. Shoko Sasuke had a smile in her eyes, as if she's watching something interesting. Wu Yin shuddered. Kinuhata, Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku left their beds at some point in time. They're all neatly dressed, but they're standing behind the group without saying a word. Only Wu Yin could see that Kinuhata, Sai, and Frenda were looking at Wu Yin with an inexplicable expression. They seemed to be taking pleasure in his misfortune. Takitsubu Riku looked at Wu Yin as if she was mourning for him. Her eyes were filled with pity. Wu Yin's expression changed rapidly as he looked at the different expressions of the women in front of him. Sometimes it was green, sometimes it was white, sometimes it was red, sometimes it was as dark as the bottom of a pot. It was complicated to the extreme. His heart felt like it was being trampled by 100 million alpacas. That heart of his was, just a second ago, was trampled on like a piece of scrap metal. There are no words in this world that can describe what he's feeling right now. Suddenly, Chuju smiled. Her smile was bright and beautiful. Looking at that smile, Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Hey! Chuju looked at Wu Yan and said with a smile, I remember you exchanged for a true ancestor bloodline and transformed yourself into a true ancestor vampire, right? Wu Yan felt a sense of danger in his heart. Wu Yan almost ran away. Wu Yan resisted the urge to run and forced a smile. Ha, yeah, what's wrong? This time, it's Mikoto's turn to smile. With a sweet smile on her face, Mikoto casually said something that made Wu Yan fall into complete despair. That's great. This way, no matter how I play with you, you won't break. As soon as she said that, the electricity started to flow around Mikoto's body. At the same time, small cherry blossoms started to appear out of thin air and curl around Hinajika's palm. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wu Yan fell silent. Wu Yan, who has guessed the situation, pretty much knows that begging for mercy has become a luxury. Thus, he could only lower his head and close his eyes as if accepting his fate. Raising his head, Wu Yan raised his voice and yelled out the final line of this world that is the most classic line ever uttered in this world. What a misfortune! What followed was a thick blue-white lightning and a crystal sword that cut through the atmosphere. Xianxia, Ikaros, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku all left the room. 3 of them returned to their rooms, satisfied with Mikoto's misfortune. 2 of them couldn't bear to watch any longer, so they left. After a while, Hinajiku and Mikoto angrily left the room that was filled with the smell that made them blush. They didn't even close the door and left. Only Wu Yan was left sitting on the bed with a gloomy face. Although he was not injured at all, from his wine-red eyes that were filled with sorrow, it could be seen that the experience just now was definitely unforgettable as a true ancestor. Wu Yan was both lucky and unlucky. At the very least, there were some unforgettable memories that were deeply engraved in his mind. Shokoho Miyabi giggled as she walked up to Wu Yan. She lightly touched his face with her white-gloved hand. The Crystal Palace isn't that easy to open. You have to restrain yourself in the future. Dear, love, looking at the sweet smile on the face of the queen who caused his surname to be Fu and caused his tragedy, Wu Yan's heart was filled with tears. Chapter 298. That's how it is. In the living room, Wu Yan, Chuda Mikoto, Ikaros, Shokoho Misaki, Xianxia, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, 1 man, and 8 women gathered in the living room. Wu Yan stood out like a sore thumb among the flowers. Wu Yan raised his hand meekly after looking at the women who were staring at him with different expressions. After all, the scene of the divine retribution is still fresh in his mind. Chuju narrowed her eyes and glared at Wu Yan. Wu Yan felt goosebumps all over his body. Chuju humped coldly and turned her head away. I have no objections. A pair of brown eyes stared at Wu Yan's face. Mikoto gritted her teeth and stood up. She stomped in front of Wu Yan and grabbed his ear. Ignoring the pained expression on Wu Yan's face, she pressed her lips against Wu Yan's ear and yelled, If there's a next time, you're dead. The powerful sound wave assaulted Wu Yan's eardrums. Wu Yan's eyes rolled back, and he started foaming at the mouth. He almost started bleeding from his orifices. When he came back to his senses, Wu Yin quickly shouted, I know. It won't happen again. Mikoto unwillingly let go of Wu Yan's ear and stomped her feet angrily before walking back to her seat. Wu Yin helplessly touched his ear and sighed. Who can he blame? Who can he blame for opening the Crystal Palace and receiving retribution? At the same time, Wu Yin was laughing inside. Yeah, it won't happen again. There won't be so many people like this time. Chuju, Mikoto, you guys are too sweet. Wu Yin, who was laughing inside, quickly met Shokuho Misaki's smiling eyes. When she saw Wu Yin looking over, Shokuho Misaki curled her lips into a meaningful smile. This surprised Wu Yin. He quickly put away his little abacus, and his smile turned into a bitter one. Judging from Her Majesty's expression, there was an 80% chance that she had seen through his thoughts. As expected, he might be able to deceive others with his tricks, but would be strange if he could deceive Her Majesty. If he didn't have an electromagnetic barrier around him, Wu Yin would have thought that Shokuho Misaki's ability could already work on him. Sometimes, Ju-sama is the scariest of all. While Wu Yin was avoiding Shokuho Misaki's gaze, Mikoto returned to her seat. She patted her cheeks and said after some thought, Since the sisters are saved, after we leave, the world will stop moving. I don't have to worry about my family situation. I have no objections to leaving this world. Astria immediately raised her hand. Yes. Astria has no objections as well. Ikaros looked at Wu Yin without saying anything. No one asked her anything. Even the newcomer, Shokuho Misaki, could see that Ikaros is completely following Wu Yan's lead, let alone the other girls. Shokuho Misaki caressed her cheeks and smiled. Then, she said something that gave Wu Yin a headache. I also want to see the stage where Misaki-san can show off her skills. After that, Shokuho Misaki's starry eyes looked at Mikoto, and Mikoto happened to look at Shokuho Misaki as well. Their starry eyes met, and the audience could almost see the intense electric current in their eyes, colliding with each other, sparks flying everywhere. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He felt a little sad. The journey from here on out won't be peaceful. Wu Yan wasn't the only one who had the same thought. Chuju also had a headache. She sighed and glared at Wu Yan. This is all because of this bastard who randomly opened the Crystal Palace. Under Kaishu-sama's piercing gaze, Wu Yan's mouth twitched even more. Once again, the journey from here on out won't be peaceful. Kinuhata, Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku couldn't stay calm. Especially under the gaze of everyone else, they felt even more uneasy. Wu Yan looked at the three girls seriously and said in a serious tone, All right, it's time for you to make a choice. Aiko, Frenda, Riku, what's your decision? 2 consecutive pet names made Kinuhata Sai and Takitsubu Riku feel dizzy. Although this wasn't the first time they were called this was the second time. Furthermore, the last time, it was a joke. This time, it was very serious, causing the 2 girls to feel a little uncomfortable. As for Frenda, she was dissatisfied. Why am I still using my original name? Under everyone's gaze, Takitsubu Riku lowered her head and raised 2 of her fingers. She started to play with them. After a long while, she spoke softly. I don't have any objections. In Academy City, Takitsubu Riku didn't have any relatives or friends. In fact, in the entire Academy City, other than Mujino Shizuri, Kinuhata Sai, and Frenda, she didn't know anyone else. Now that Kinuhata Sai and Frenda are here, Takitsubu Riku is more afraid of Mujino Shizuri. Unlike Kinuhata Sai and Frenda, Takitsubu Riku doesn't feel like she's a comrade. Takitsubu Riku doesn't have anything to miss about Academy City. Kinuhata Sai and Frenda are in the same situation as Takitsubu Riku. Originally, they shouldn't care about it, but for the people they follow, they care a lot. Abduction, rape. In just a few days, the 2 girls were devoured by Wu Yin, the big bad wolf. Towards Wu Yin, they don't hate Wu Yin. After all, what Wu Yin did was despicable, but the 2 girls can't bring themselves to hate him. However, they're unwilling to accept it. That's why they are unwilling to accept it. In such a mood, the 2 girls really wanted to refuse. But who would have thought that Takitsubu Riku would agree? This softened the hearts of the two girls that had hardened with great difficulty. Frenda glanced at Takitsubu Riku and sighed dejectedly. She felt as if she and Takitsubu Riku shared a life, as she replied helplessly. In the end, I didn't have any objections. As if the straw that broke the camel's back, Kinuhita Sai also fell helpless. She no longer hesitated. Since she has nothing to miss in Academy City, she might as well leave. Up to you guys. When Kinuhita Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Shokuho Misaki all agreed to leave this world, the cold mechanical voice of the system rang out. Dungeon World. Magic Catalog. Dungeon Mission. Rescue. Mission 1. Save 20,000 Misaka sisters. Revive all the dead sisters and heal all the Misaka sisters who are still alive. Collect all 20,000 Misaka sisters and store them in the biocontainment device completed. Mission Reward. Equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points, 100,000 each. Mission 2. Defeat the strongest Esper in Academy City. Accelerator completed. Mission Reward. Randomly summon a character. Mission 3. Seduce at least 3 characters from this dungeon world and have them willingly follow you out of this world. Completed. Mission Reward. Summon a character that meets the requirements of Mission 3 for free. Hearing the system's voice, Wu Yin had mixed feelings. He was happy because he completed Mission 3. As for his sadness, it's not really that bad. It's just a little bit of regret. After all, Mission 3 only requires him to be at least 3 characters. There's no upper limit. He only exceeded the requirement by 1. How disappointing, Mikoto suddenly asked Wu Yin. Right, Yin, if we can leave like this, what about the sisters? Wu Yin put away the regret in his heart and sighed. Since the sisters can be said to be the same existence, even if there are a lot of them, there's no need to summon them one by one. You can use 100,000 summoning points to summon all of them, so there's no need to worry. Hearing this, all the women nodded. Chapter 299. Pedestrians come and go. Cars stop here and there. While the people of Academy City are living their normal lives, they don't know that in Academy City, being normal is always a luxury. As for those people who live lives that they believe to be extraordinary, they did not know that the ordinary world that they were living in had become even more extraordinary due to the arrival of a certain someone. They also didn't know that the person who made this extraordinary world even more extraordinary was about to leave this seemingly ordinary world and return this world to its ordinary state. Standing on a rooftop of a skyscraper, Wu Yin seriously observed everything in Academy City. There's an indescribable feeling in his heart. After all, if you don't look at the dark side of Academy City, on the surface, Academy City looks just like a peaceful, developed city. Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki have already returned to Tokawadai. Mikoto is going to meet up with Kuriko, Wihuru, Ruko, and the others. After all, after leaving this time, who knows when she'll come back next time. As for Shokuho Misaki, maybe she'll go back and take a look at the Tokawadai before she left. Looking around at the bustling Academy City, Wu Yin took a deep breath and said goodbye to this Academy City that he's been living in for quite some time. At this time, Wu Yin couldn't help but think about the friends he's made over this period of time. What are they doing now? Kuriko, Wihuru, Ruko. They're probably following Mikoto around. What's that girl that the system tacitly allowed him to flirt with when he first arrived in this world doing now? There's also Kanori Miwe, who he met once. She's probably in the branch office right now. There's also Mujino Shizuri. She probably doesn't know that he's about to bring her 3 subordinates out of this world. Maybe the next time he comes back, Kinuhita Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku will be stronger than her. At that time, Mujino Shizuri will probably go crazy. There's also that group of Tokawadai ladies who chased after me for 9 blocks. They probably don't know that the 2 lords they look forward to the most are about to accompany me. What was Tsuchimikado Motohara doing? There was also Danshi, who feared him like a tiger, and Itsali, who had a crush on Mikoto. What were they doing? What is Divine Rindhwa Weaver doing at this time? Also, Alistair, I was Accelerator's final work. Unknowingly, the people that she could only see on the screen before had now become acquainted with so many people. Everything felt like a dream. Wu Yin stared at Academy City in a daze. He suddenly felt a sense of reluctance. In this world, there were still many people he hadn't gotten to know, people he could only see on the screen. If he had the chance to come back next time, he would definitely go and get to know him. Thinking up to here, Wu Yin smiled. The airship in the sky that never landed also flew over Wu Yan's head. Seeing this, Wu Yan's eyes turned, and suddenly, he had an impulse. Pedestrians were still coming and going, and cars were still going and stopping. Under this unchanging scene, the floating airship suddenly trembled, and an elegant bell rang out from an unknown corner of the airship. Then, it attracted the attention of everyone in Academy City. When the bell sound stopped, everyone in Academy City was already attracted to it. At this time, the airship that used to only sound like a machine suddenly let out a voice that clearly belonged to a stranger. Everyone in Academy City. Hello, everyone. When this voice came, a lot of people in Academy City were stunned. Among them, there was Mikoto, Kuriko, Ueharu, Ruko, Shokuwa Misaki, and Wu Yan's girls. Because this voice was Wu Yan's voice. I'm really sorry, everyone in Academy City. I want to apologize, not only for disturbing everyone here, but also because I am about to kidnap your electroshock princess, Misaka Mikoto. Everyone in Academy City was stunned. Before they could react, the owner of the voice spoke again. As the saying goes, an Academy City without cis canon is not a good Academy City. So, as I am about to kidnap cis canon, I can only apologize to everyone. Here, I would like to dedicate a song to the Scientific Academy City and the Scientific Railgun. Let go of the dream engraved in my heart, even if I have to abandon the future. I don't care about boundaries. They mean nothing to me. This power turned the unreachable longing into a bright light. If the path I've walked until now only allows me to wallow in the past, why not destroy everything in front of me? Fall into the dark streets, where will the people walk? The increasing pain will make me protect someone. Look, lightning circled the entire planet, trying to find a way out. Only my railgun can shoot it down. Right now, let the real premonition be in the depths of my heart. Travel back and forth at the speed of light. If this is all that you desire, then grasp it with one hand in the name of radiance. I've always believed in the value made to me that day. Even the sparkling hot tears in his eyes would one day turn into his own strength. Once I stop, I will feel a little sad. I've never been lost, that's not a lie. The coins flying in the air depict the fate of the parabola. The answer that's on the verge of being revealed today also makes my heart burn with passion. Shine! The dazzling light awakens the true longing. Only my railgun can shoot it down. I will carry out to the end and never back down. Even if I'm covered in wounds, I will continue forward. Aim at the darkness with my cold and shining eyes and tear it apart with precision. The so-called confusion will be dispelled in one fell swoop. As long as this heart is still calling out to me, I will not let anyone be my obstacle. Countless wishes are dancing in the air, accumulating in my hands. Glimpses can be seen in the torn darkness. Deep and heavy, sorrowful memories. Despair wavered in the fading reality. I will never yield to it. Right now, I'll bet my existence. Stick out my chest. Be proud of everything I have. Look, lightning is circling the entire planet, trying to find a way out. Only my railgun can shoot it down. Right now, let the real premonition be in the depths of my heart. Travel back and forth at the speed of light. Let go of the dream engraved in my heart. Even if I have to abandon the future, I don't care about boundaries. It's meaningless to me. This power turns the unreachable longing into a dazzling light. What is that idiot doing? On a business street, Mikoto's face is red. Steam is coming out from her head. It's obvious that she's embarrassed to the extreme. Ueharu and Ruko are covering their mouths in shock. Listening to the confession-like song, they can't help but be immersed in it. Kuriko's mouth is opening and closing. Her face is blank. Her whole body is gray. Listening to the song, Kuriko mutters. I've lost, completely lost. As she mutters, her eyes are filled with tears. Turning around to look at Mikoto, Kuriko's tears are about to collapse. Yuwa, Wani-sama. My Wani-sama was really taken away. This isn't real, Yuwa. Wa, Kuriko. What are you doing? Let go of me. Wani-sama. Don't leave me. Yuwa. Let go of me. Wani-sama. My Wani-sama. At the same time, in Tokawadai, Shokuho Misaki coldly snorted and turned her head away, not saying anything. Chuju and Kinuhata Sai also did the same at home. In the windowless building, Alistair quietly looked at the screen in front of him. Looking at the noisy Academy City, he silently closed his eyes. Kidnapped. Chapter 300. High up in the sky, clouds and mist were drifting gently. A gentle breeze was blowing gently. The azure sky was like an ocean hanging in the sky, rippling with faint waves. Many people knew that this place was not completely devoid of life. In the endless sky, a ripple suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The ripple quickly expanded and dispersed all the clouds and mist around it. Then, the ripple turned into a giant magic formation. The magic formation flashed, and an airship suddenly appeared from the magic formation. It was flying in extremely fast speed towards the distance. There, a gigantic building the size of a city was located below the airship. We're here, Spalier World Academy. On the deck of the airship, a young girl with tea-colored hair pointed her finger at the city-sized building below and shouted excitedly. As the tea-haired girl spoke, the people standing behind her, who seemed to be her companions, could not help but feel their spirits lift. They took a few steps forward and looked down. When they saw the gigantic building, all of them put on smiles. One of the girls with long pink hair couldn't help but wipe the sweat on her forehead. She said with a bit of relief, "We're finally here. If we didn't make it, I would have collapsed." Hearing this, the girl with tea-colored hair was stunned for a moment. Then she lowered her hand and laughed. "Oh right, I almost forgot. You have acrophobia?" The girl with pink hair's face stiffened and she forced a smile. "Since you already know, don't say it out loud." The girl with tea-colored hair looked at the girl with pink hair in confusion and asked, "That's strange. Didn't you already take the antidote? Why do I feel like you're still a bit scared?" The girl with pink hair wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She complained, "But the antidote is about to wear off." The tea-haired girl could not help but laugh. She only hurriedly stopped after receiving a fierce glare from the pink-haired girl. Seeing this, the pink-haired girl snorted and looked down at the building that was getting closer and closer. She spoke with some anticipation. "I wonder how Fei-Fei and Lulu are doing. Is Liren doing well there?" At this moment, the only male in the group finally reacted. He was holding a cute little girl in his arms. He walked to the front of the girls and looked down at the Spalier World Academy. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up. "Spalier World Academy. I, Wu Yin, am here. Yes, the people on the airship are Wu Yin, Hinajiku, Mikoto, Ikaros, Flanderchan, Astria, Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhata, Sai, Frenda, and Takitsuba Riku, who returned from the world of magic. Is that the Super Spalier World Academy?" Kinuhata Sai looked down at the buildings that looked more like a city than an academy and gasped in surprise. It's so big compared to Academy City." Shokuho Misaki covered her mouth and giggled. She looked down at the Spalier World Academy with interest. An academy the size of Academy City? Interesting. Much more interesting than Tokawadai. Frenda tugged at her beret as if she could not accept it and shouted exaggeratedly, "But in the end, are all the academies in the other world this big?" "Who knew?" Wu Yin shook his head in response to Frenda's question, denying her fantasy. "No, there's only one academy in the entire Spalier world. The Spalier World Academy was established by the three empires of the Spalier world, Alu, Buruba, and Fea empires. Its size is not something the academy in your mind can compare to." "I see. There's only one academy in the entire world?" Shokuho Misaki smiled happily. "No wonder it's so big." Flanderchan, who was in Wu Yan's arms, stretched her neck and looked down at the Spalier World Academy. She pulled on Wu Yan's clothes and said hopefully, "Oni Ai-chan, that building is so big, is it fun?" Wu Yan laughed, and he poked Flandre-chan's nose. "Flandre-chan, that place isn't a fun place. But for you, Flandre-chan, it's not that bad. The Spalier World Academy is the only academy in the entire Spalier world. One can only imagine how big it is. In such a large academy, geniuses from Ailu, Bruba, Fea, and even the Spalier world will gather here. Geniuses from all over the world. One can only imagine what kind of place the Spalier World Academy is. It must be a place with countless geniuses, countless competitions, and countless strong fighters. To be honest, those without strength or potential wouldn't be able to stay in such an academy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it's hell for the weak and heaven for the strong. Fortunately, this is just an academy and not an arena. Otherwise, with so many geniuses from all over the world gathered here, those without strength would have died a long time ago. Of course, this has nothing to do with Wu Yan's group, because among Wu Yan's group of 10, the weakest is rank 6, and Flandre-chan, the strongest of them all, was at the 9th stage. Wu Yan's "it's not that bad for Flandre-chan" is the truth. For a rank 9 Flandre-chan, the Spalier World Academy is just a place for her to play. At least, Wu Yan didn't know from Fei and Lulu that anyone in the Spalier World Academy can reach rank 9. Of course, those in their 70s and 80s are an exception. In the Spalier World Academy, as long as one is over 25 years old, those with the ability will graduate and those without will be expelled. It can be said that it's a very cruel system. In the Spalier World Academy, those who are over 25 years old can only stay in the academy as teachers. Even the weakest teachers are rank 7. Some of the outstanding talents among the teachers were even at the 8th level. As for the Spalier World Academy, the only ones who can reach rank 9 are the 12 members of the Spalier World Academy's board of directors. In other words, Flandre-chan is at least in the top 13 of the Spalier World Academy. Don't think that being in the top 13 means you're weak. The Spalier World Academy is a joint venture of 3 empires. Therefore, the board of directors consists of the strongest from the Ailu, Baruba, and Fea empires. Among them, Wu Yan knows Fei and Lulu's family, the former head of the Lori family, Lulu's grandfather. At the same time, they're also the strongest from the 2nd and 3rd family of the Ailu Empire. The strongest from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd families of the other 2 empires are members of the board of directors. There are also the 3 emperors of the 3 empires. At the same time, they're the 3 deans of the Spalier World Academy. They're the rulers of the board of directors. To put it bluntly, if the Spalier World Academy were to be considered a faction, it would be the strongest faction in the Spalier world. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it's a joint venture of 3 empires. The only academy in the Spalier world, the joint venture of 3 empires. It's the most terrifying organization in the entire continent. That's why it's named after this world, the Spalier world. Unfortunately, the academy's name means that it's a huge organization that can't participate in the Spalier world. However, if one could become an outstanding talent in this academy, then one would have the chance to meet the top powerhouses in this world other than the 5 demigod powerhouses. Chapter 301. Speaking of which, the reason Wu Yan's group came to the Spalier World Academy was thanks to Lulu and Fei. Lulu and Fei invited Wu Yan to the Spalier World Academy when they went to the Spalier World Academy. After all, Wu Yan was older than Lulu, but just like Fei, he wasn't 25 years old yet. As long as you're not 25 years old yet, you can become a student of this super academy as long as you have some strength. Even if you're just rank 1 or level 1 according to the system, you can still come. However, whether or not one could stay in this super academy with its terrifying competition would depend on one's perseverance and potential. At the very least, in this gathering place where geniuses roamed freely, those without a bit of ability wouldn't dare to enter, because you're afraid of losing face. Of course, there are some thick-skinned people who can stay in the Spalier World Academy until they're 25 years old. However, whether or not they can pass the graduation exam depends on their ability. If they can't, they'll be laughed at no matter how thick-skinned they are. All of this has nothing to do with Wu Yan's group. At least, with their current strength, they can at least do well in the Spalier World Academy, even if they can't be at the forefront. It's been a few days since they returned to the Spalier World. Although Wu Yan's group stayed in the Spalier World Academy for quite some time, with a time ratio of 100, Wu Yan's group has only been away for a little more than a day. Not long after they returned, Wu Yan decided to come to the Spalier World Academy. To be honest, Wu Yan is very interested in this academy that Fei Fei and Lulu have praised to the heavens. For the people of the Spalier World, this is a place filled with geniuses and powerhouses. However, for Wu Yan, this isn't important. What's important is, geniuses are equal to experience. Powerhouses are equal to experience. Other people see this place as a gathering place for geniuses and powerhouses, but for Wu Yan, it's just a gathering place for experience points. So, what other place can attract Wu Yan more than the Spalier World Academy? Of course, other than that damned behemoth forest and those super powerful magical beasts in the deepest part of the forest. As the hover ship slowly descended, the Spalier World Academy got closer and closer to Wu Yan's group. Only when they got closer did Wu Yan's group realize how big this academy is. After the hover ship descended for some distance, Wu Yan's group could no longer see the inside of the building. After a while, even the walls of the academy blocked their line of sight. The floating plaza of the Spalier World Academy is not far from the academy's entrance. Therefore, when the hover ship landed, everyone who got off the hover ship immediately saw the tall entrance of the academy. Wu Yan's group wasn't the only one who came to the Spalier World Academy. Wu Yan's group wasn't the only one who came to the hover ship. A lot of people came. Among them, if they weren't students of the academy, they were here to enroll in the academy, or they had other objectives. Therefore, as more and more people arrived, more and more people came to receive them. The floating plaza was packed with people. However, when Wu Yan's group got off the hover ship, the plaza, which was as noisy as a market, suddenly quieted down. Men and women, old and young, all of them were stunned as they watched Wu Yan's group get off the hover ship. Their eyes flickered with the same intense expression. That is amazement. Beautiful. Too beautiful. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Flanderchan, Shokuha Misaki, Astria, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. A total of 9 girls of different ages, but without exception, all of them have a face that could bring disaster to a country. What kind of scene would it be when there were as many as 9 beauties who could bring calamity to a country and its people gathered together? The people in the floating plaza can tell you this. If you don't know, please turn the channel to here. As for the fact that Wu Yan is a third wheel among the group of beautiful girls, they automatically ignored it. The people who came to the Spalier World Academy are geniuses from all corners of the Spalier World. Among them, there are some scions from big families, and of course, some of them are scum. Many of them are pale. They are obviously young masters who overindulged in debauchery. Their eyes are shining brightly as they look at Chuju's group. Conceited in their strength, wealth, and background, these young master soldiers already had sinister smiles on their faces. Under the protection of their guards, they started walking towards Wu Yan and company. As a result, a scene like this appeared on the floating plaza. A group of arrogant young masters brought their guards to surround Wu Yan's group. Those who were from weaker families and know their place quietly retreated to the back when they saw this. Wu Yan's group is now completely empty. Some of the scions from big families who aren't weaker than these young masters frowned and coldly watched this scene unfold. However, they didn't show any intention of stopping them. Of course, there are also some who want to save the damsel in distress, or those who can't stand it anymore. They want to stop these scum when they pass by them. However, none of these people had such a thought. That is, these seemingly weak and easy to bully beautiful girls are people they can't afford to offend. But this is natural. After all, which scion from big families doesn't come with a group of guards? Wu Yan's group only has 10 people. Among these 10 people, 90% are women. And there are even children. Of course, No one would think that such a group is the type of people they can't afford to offend. Looking at the friendly faces that surrounded him, but if one were to look closely, one would notice that there is something fishy about them. Wu Yin frowned, and a murderous aura flashed through his wine-red eyes. After all, in a situation like this, as long as one isn't an idiot, one can see why these people are coming over. His wine-red eyes turned slightly. A faint golden light flashed through them. Wu Yin smiled faintly and said softly, "Tired of living." At this time, a soft and boneless hand gently touched Wu Yan's hand. When Wu Yin turned around, Shokuho Misaki smiled at him and said, "Let me do it." Wu Yin was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head with a smile. He nodded at Shokuho Misaki and then looked at the scum who were coming over. But this time, there's no killing intent in his eyes, only pity. Shokuho Misaki smiled faintly, and the expressions of the young masters around her relaxed. They almost couldn't hold back the evil thoughts in their hearts, and they were all screaming in their hearts. "She's mine," but what they didn't know is that this would be the last thought of some of them. An invisible wave came out of Shokuho Misaki's hand, which was holding a remote control, and spread towards those young masters. A portion of the young masters and their bodyguards had a drastic change in expression. One after another, they ignited their fighting aura or magic power. Some protected themselves, while others protected their masters. A portion of them were completely unable to react to what was happening and were struck by the formless ripples. The nauseating look in their eyes completely faded away, and they became demented. Every single one of them had become idiots. When the invisible wave disappeared, there were already a lot of people on the floating plaza. It was at this time that fear crept into their hearts. When they finally reacted, Wu Yin and his group were already heading towards the academy gate. Only a faint voice echoed in their minds. "This is just a warning." Chapter 302. Aren't you being too harsh on them? Mikoto saw the young master soldiers lying on the ground. With Mikoto's strength and her understanding of Shokuho Misaki, how could she not know what happened to those people? It's a good thing she's been traveling with Wu Yin for quite some time. If it was the old Mikoto, she would have jumped out and reprimanded Shokuho Misaki instead of just asking a simple question. Shokuho Misaki smiled faintly and glanced at Mikoto. "If you were like me and had the ability to see through people's minds, you wouldn't think so." Wu Yin frowned at Shokuho Misaki's words, but it quickly smoothed out. "Looks like those bastards have done quite a lot of bad things." Shokuho Misaki chuckled and nodded. Mikoto didn't say anything since the look in Shokuho Misaki's eyes made her uncomfortable. The group of 10 arrived at the entrance of the Spalier World Academy. Looking at the huge door, they didn't know what to do. Chuju looked around and said speechlessly, "I don't see any small doors or guards, and the door is sealed so tightly. How are we supposed to get in?" Wu Yin rubbed his chin and suddenly said, "All right, I think I heard Lulu Feifei said that to enter the Spalier World Academy, we need to go through some kind of ceremony." "Ceremony?" The girls couldn't help but ask. Kinuhata Sai even stretched her neck and looked around the entrance. "What kind of ceremony is this to enter the academy? I've never heard of something like this before." Kinuhata Sai's voice stopped abruptly and her eyes lit up. She pointed at the door and shouted, "Look at what that is." Everyone immediately looked in the direction of the sound. After a moment of careful observation, everyone finally discovered that there was a small platform in the middle of the door. Could it be some kind of ceremony? "Hey, I haven't even finished my sentence, and you guys are already super leaving. Super rude. Super wait for me." As Wu Yan's group walked toward the entrance of the Spalier World Academy, the passers-by stopped and looked at Wu Yan's group. They gathered in groups of 2s and 3s as they pointed at Wu Yan and company. Most of them were even whispering to each other. Wu Yan could vaguely hear them whispering among themselves. Are they going to the ceremony platform? Are they here to enter the academy? Let's go take a look. Thus, everyone gathered together and headed towards Wu Yan and company. They wanted to watch the show unfold in front of their eyes. Wu Yan's group looked at the small platform in front of them and pondered. Of course, Flanderchan was completely curious and didn't know if she understood the current situation or not. On the small platform right below the entrance of the Spalier World Academy, there are 3 small grooves with the words potential and strength written on top of the grooves. Other than that, it's just an ordinary platform. The 10 of them couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. At this moment, a voice sounded behind Wu Yan's group. "Are you guys here to enter the academy?" Wu Yan and Ko flinched, and they quickly turned their heads around. They saw a white-haired man with a steady and powerful face. Without looking at his head of white hair, he looked like he's in his 40s. His gaze swept over Wu Yan's group. When he saw Chuju, Mikoto, and other beautiful girls, his face flashed with surprise, but it disappeared in less than a second. Wu Yan, who has been observing the middle-aged man, took in all the changes in his expression. Seeing the middle-aged man's reaction, his wine-red eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of satisfaction. His impression of the middle-aged man also increased by quite a bit. "You are." The middle-aged man slightly lowered his head when he heard Wu Yan's question. He looked at Wu Yan's group and said, "I'm the person in charge of the entrance of the Spalier World Academy. If you're an outsider, just call me manager." "Person in charge of the entrance?" Shokuho Misaki tapped her lips and said, "In other words, you're the guard?" "That's on my jobs." The person in charge of the entrance, who is also the manager, said. He swept his gaze over Wu Yan's group. "At the same time, it's also my job to receive visitors, returning students, and new students." Wu Yan finally realized what was going on. He was wondering why the gate was closed so tightly. Judging from a number of people he saw at the floating plaza, there should be quite a lot of people coming to Silverio World Institute every day. Yet, the gate was closed more tightly than the gate of a vault. He did hear from Fei and Lulu that entering the Spalier World Academy requires some sort of ceremony. But what kind of ceremony is this? It can't be that even visitors have to go through it. Looks like there's some other way to get in. Other than the dumb Astria and Flanderchan, who can't think. The girls here are all smart girls. That's why they had the same thought as Wu Yan when the manager said that. The manager turned around and ignored the noisy crowd behind him. He asked Wu Yan's group as if nothing happened. "So, please tell me, are you here to enroll?" Wu Yan smiled and gently placed Flanderchan on the ground. He comforted the dissatisfied Flanderchan and said to the manager, "That's right, we are here to enroll." As if he already guessed Wu Yan's words, the manager nodded his head with a calm expression. From this, it could be seen that this manager is already numb to the fact that he's receiving new students. In that case, allow me to explain to you the necessary procedures to enroll into the academy. The manager walked past Wu Yan's group to the small platform and pointed at it. This is the special platform created by the Spalier World Academy. I'm sure you've seen it before. There are 2 slots on it. One is the potential slot, and the other is the strength slot. Just like what the name says, the potential slot is used to test the potential of the students, and the strength slot is used to test the strength of the students. Test potential and strength? Wu Yan and the other girls exchanged glances before they looked at the manager with a suspicious look. "I heard that as long as the students aren't powerless, they can enter the Spalier World Academy even if they just entered Stage 1. Why would they need to test their strength and potential?" The manager chuckled when he heard Wu Yan's words. This is the first time Wu Yan's group saw a change in the manager's expression. Indeed, as long as the students aren't powerless, they can be satisfied. The manager looked at the small platform and changed his tone when Wu Yan's group was confused. However, this doesn't mean that potential and strength aren't important in the Spalier World Academy. On the contrary, in this environment, these 2 things are the most important. The manager explained, in the Spalier World Academy, the students are divided into 3 levels: ordinary students, elite students, and special students. The levels are based on the potential and strength tested by the platform. Every student has to go through a test on the platform to determine their level. The manager then pointed at the Spalier World Academy's gate behind him. This gate is specially set up for the new students. Only the newcomers whose potential and strength are tested for the first time can open this gate. Chapter 303. The manager's explanation left Wu Yin and the others speechless. They stared at the cliff-like gate, speechless for a moment. They had guessed that the entrance to the Spalier World Academy wasn't limited to this sealed gate. There should be another entrance for visitors. However, no one would have thought that such an imposing door was actually set up just for the new students. This is really extravagant. The manager looked at Wu Yin and the others. Even though he didn't look happy since the beginning, he couldn't help but feel proud. This is for the Spalier World Academy. Normal students, as long as they aren't powerless, can become a normal student of the Spalier World Academy. The academy will give them a white uniform that represents a normal student. Elite students, on the other hand, are those who have the absolute advantage among the other students. Only then can they become elite students. At this time, the academy will issue them a white uniform with blue edges that represents elite students. As for special students, the manager glanced at Wu Yin and the others. If you want to become a special student, you have to be super strong. Otherwise, no matter how good you are, you can only be an elite student. Once you become a special student, the academy will give you a white uniform with gold edges. The manager clapped his hands to attract the attention of Wu Yin and company. He continued, "Of course, this is only in terms of strength. The ranking of the students is based not only on strength, but also on potential. As long as the ritual platform judges that you have the potential to become a special student, then even if you are a normal person, the academy will still issue you a golden-edged uniform. However, there are less than 100 people in the Spalier World Academy who could become a special student based on their potential alone. Less than 100 people." Wu Yin fell silent. He lowered his head and pondered. The Spalier World Academy is the only academy on the continent. There are at least 10 million students, if not 100 million. Out of 10 million, only 100 people can become a special student based on their potential alone. Wu Yin raised his head and he looked at the manager in the eye. "How many special students are there in this academy?" The manager paused for a moment before replying, "Less than 1,000 people." Wu Yin narrowed his eyes. "Less than 1,000 people. Does that mean the number of special students is only 1 in 10,000? Interesting," Wu Yin said subconsciously. What surprised him was that Shokuho Misaki also said the same thing. She flashed a charming smile at the stunned Wu Yin. It almost shocked Wu Yin to death. Shokuho Misaki smiled and stroked her long blonde hair. She looked at the ceremony platform. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, which made Wu Yin feel a chill. Wu Yin is sure that Ju-sama has thought of something fun. Wu Yin observed a moment of silence for his future classmates. He decided to stay away from Ju-sama for the time being. He doesn't want to get caught in the crossfire. The manager walked to the side and made a pleased gesture towards the ceremony platform. He said to Wu Yin and the others, "Then, please come forward and take the test. Place your hand on the trough, and it will emit a light representing your student rank according to your strength. White is a normal student. Blue is an elite student. Gold is a special student. After the ceremony, I will distribute the uniforms to everyone on the spot. Finally, everyone's student rank will be determined by the higher side. That is to say, even if your strength is at the level of an ordinary student after the test, as long as your potential test emits a blue light, then you will be classified as an elite student." After saying that, the manager went silent. Like a puppet, he lost all expression and vigor. He stood there in a daze, waiting for Wu Yin and the others to take the test. At this time, the onlookers started to make a ruckus. They looked at Wu Yin and the others with scrutinizing eyes. They seemed to care about the student ranks of Wu Yin and the others. Among them, the Spalier World Academy students are the most suspicious. I have to say, some of them came here with bad intentions. After all, as long as the super beautiful girls in front of them are slightly weaker, they can use some tricks to achieve their goals. Wu Yin shrugged and looked at the girls. He smiled and said, "Who wants to go first?" Flandre-chan, who was tugging on Wu Yan's clothes, jumped up and down in front of Wu Yin. She jumped up and down while yelling excitedly, "Brother, brother, let Flan go first. Let Flan go first." Seeing the lively and cute Flandre-chan jumping and shouting with a smile, Wu Yin and the others couldn't help but smile. This little elf is so cute. Even the onlookers were dazed by Flanderchan's appearance. Some of them even started to pant. They had a look of cuteness on their faces. Rubbing Flanderchan's head, Wu Yin smiled and said, "Then let Flanderchan go first." Flanderchan's face lit up with joy as she cheered and ran towards the platform. She reached out her hand to touch the groove on the platform. But very quickly, Flanderchan lowered her head dejectedly. The reason is simple. Her height is her weakness. This time, Wu Yin and the others were really amused. I have to say, this scene is too funny. "Brother," Flanderchan looked at Wu Yin like she's about to cry. Wu Yin couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. He walked up and picked her up. Flanderchan smiled again. She reached out and placed her hand on the groove for strength. The platform didn't move at all. Forget normal white light, there's not even a speck of light. This means that the person taking the test has 0 strength. Many of the onlookers started to laugh. Of course, it's a good thing that the person taking the test is a child. It's normal that she doesn't have any strength. If it was Wu Yin, he would have been laughed out loud by now. Flanderchan pursed her lips in boredom. She doesn't seem to care about her strength at all. She then turned around and touched the groove for potential. Bang! Almost as soon as he touched it, the entire ritual platform shook violently. Then, under everyone's stunned eyes, a glaring golden light suddenly rose from the ritual platform. The indifferent manager was finally shocked. Looking at the dazzling golden light, the manager cried out involuntarily, "Golden light! Special student!" Many of the people who still had smiles on their faces froze as they stared at the dazzling golden light in a daze. Their minds had already gone blank, 0 strength and potential, but she's a special student. How is this possible? Everyone looked at Flanderchan with awe, especially those who were originally Spalier World Academy students. They know that this little girl is going to become the star of the Spalier World Academy. That's because there are less than 100 students in the entire Silveria World Institute with special potential. No one knows better than them what it means to be a special student with special potential. No one knows better than them what kind of status a special student has in the Spalier World Academy. To put it bluntly, as long as Flanderchan is willing, even if her companions like Wu Yin and the others are just normal students, they will still have a good life in the Spalier World Academy. Of course, that is if Wu Yin and the others are normal students. Chapter 304. Under the dazzling golden light, Flanderchan is undoubtedly the center of attention. Everyone is looking up to her, including the manager. It was only after the golden light dimmed that the crowd came to their senses. But this time, they didn't make a ruckus because they were subconsciously afraid of disturbing Flanderchan. The students of the Spalier World Academy took a good look at Flanderchan. Especially her looks, they memorized her in their minds. A special student is very important to them in the Spalier World Academy. They're still waiting to report back to the Academy. As for those who aren't students, many of them are also taking a good look at Flanderchan. Some of them with background have already ordered their subordinates to investigate Flanderchan. A special student with potential will definitely grow into a super powerhouse in the future. Rank 7 is a given. Rank 8 is not something they can only look up to. Rank 9 is also a possibility, even if the chances are slim. If they don't try to rope in such a talent, they would be letting their ancestors down. Of course, they don't know that Flanderchan isn't just a talent. She's a true powerhouse. Oh, it's glowing. It's glowing. Flanderchan didn't realize at all that she had suddenly become the center of attention. Everyone else treated Jing Guang as a rare treasure, but Flanderchan only treated him as a toy. She clapped her little hands and smiled happily. Wu Yin bitterly smiled as he rubbed Flanderchan's ponytail. He looked at the manager with a smile on his face. It's quite amusing to see this guy who was as calm as a transcendent being acting like an idiot from start to finish. As for Flanderchan's golden light, Wu Yin didn't care about it at all. Even if her powers are sealed, her foundation is still there. What's so surprising about a Tier 9 being chosen as a special student? This level of strength was enough to directly become a member of the Council of Silverio World Institute. The administrator finally recovered from his shock and quickly lowered his head. He spoke to Flandre in a gentle voice. "Miss, the result of the test is that she is a special student. She will become a special student of the Spalier World Academy." Then, she took out a white uniform with golden edges from somewhere. The style is unique and it's a bit feminine. At least from Wu Yin and Ko's point of view, it's not bad. It's not inferior to those pretty decorations. The administrator brought the uniform to Flandre with both hands. His eyes were still a little dazed. It's no wonder the administrator reacted this way. He's never seen a golden light that represents a special student before in his life. Normally, new students who come to the Spalier World Academy for the first time will be tested as normal students. The better ones will be elite students, but that's still very rare. The special students of the Spalier World Academy started off weak and climbed up the ranks. They started off as elite students, and the better ones were still normal students. They worked hard to become strong before they took the test again and became a special student. As for the less than 100 students with high potential, they were either descendants of the major clans or teachers of the academy. They were super geniuses that were dug out from the vast world of Silveria. They weren't people that a mere gatekeeper like him could come into contact with, let alone help them with the ritual test. That's why this is the first time he's seen the birth of a special student. Flandre couldn't care less about the manager's thoughts. In the past, this kind of person would only be treated as a toy. Flandre would only break them. Therefore, the clothes actually piqued Flandre interest. Flandre touched the white uniform with golden edges and chuckled. She didn't care about the consequences. She grabbed it and hugged it. Then, she looked at Wu Yin. "Big bro, it's so fun. That black table might not be fun, but I'll get something if I play with it. Big bro, let me play with it again." Flandre stretched her hand towards the platform again. Wu Yin quickly grabbed her hand and smiled bitterly. "Flandre, if it's not fun, then don't play with it." Flandre wiggled her petite body and glanced at the platform. She snorted and turned her head away. Then, she turned her attention back to the special trainee uniform. "Child." Wu Yin chuckled and shook his head. He looked around. Everyone is still shocked by the news of Flandre becoming a special student. They've forgotten about Wu Yin and the others. Pursing his lips, Wu Yin pressed his hand on the strength groove while the others are still in shock. A familiar golden light once again rose from the ritual platform, causing those who were still in shock to tremble and become completely dumbfounded. Special student. The manager swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said these words with difficulty. His heart, which was not considered old to begin with, was already showing signs of insufficiency at this moment. It's rare to see a special student. The Spalier World Academy has over 10 million students, but there are only less than 1,000 of them. Today, there are 2 special students in front of him. At this moment, the manager started to wonder if he was dreaming. Another special student. The onlookers are in a daze. 90% of them have been to the Spalier World Academy many times, but this is the first time they felt like they made the right decision to come here. Of course, this includes the students who came out to pick up their friends and family. Wu Yin and the girls looked at each other and shook their heads. They found it funny, but at the same time, they looked down on the people of this world for not being receptive enough. Wu Yin, Hinajiku, and Mikoto have experienced this kind of scene many times. Becoming the center of attention, receiving the shocked and stunned gazes of the audience. Every time, they would feel like these side characters can't do something different. And this kind of thinking, without a doubt, is very cold. The girls looked at the dumbfounded faces of the people around them. Then they looked at each other. Other than Ikaros, everyone had a naughty smile on their faces. Even Xianxia had the same expression on her face. They took a few steps forward and lined up in a line. Then, one by one, they took turns and reached out their hands to the platform. But there was no result. Mikoto, strength gauge, golden light, potential gauge, golden light. Chuju, strength gauge, golden light, potential gauge, golden light. Ikaros, strength gauge, golden light, potential gauge, golden light. Shokuha Misaki, strength gauge, golden light, potential gauge, golden light. Astria, strength gauge, golden light, potential gauge, golden light. Kinuhata, Sai, strength gauge, blue light, potential gauge, golden light. Frenda, strength gauge, blue light, potential gauge, golden light. Takitsubu Riku, strength gauge, blue light, potential gauge, golden light. Including Wu Yin, who also got a golden light in both his strength and potential, Flanderchan and Wu Yin, who also got a golden light in both their strength and potential gauges. Dumbfounded was no longer enough to describe the expressions on everyone's faces. If one had to use a word to describe their current expressions, then perhaps the word twisted would be more appropriate. What did they just see? They saw the birth of 10 special students. That golden light that was enough to break through the sky had completely smashed their brains. Regardless of whether they were originally stupid or astute, they were completely dumbfounded. Wu Yin, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Flandrachan, Shokuha Misaki, Astria, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. All 10 of them became special students. Today is destined to be an unforgettable day for them. Chapter 305. The status of the special students in Silveria World Institute and how they are judged is unknown to outsiders. Only the big families with strong backgrounds would know a thing or two about this. To put it bluntly, when you're still proud of your unrivaled strength, come to the Spalier World Academy. You'll be beaten black and blue here. It wasn't easy to judge his potential, so let's not talk about it first. However, the judgment of his strength couldn't be clearer. In the Spalier World Academy, there are less than 1,000 special students. Except for less than 100 who have potential, the rest are all at the 7th stage. 7th stage, there's no lack of 7th stage fighters in this world. Even though 7th stage fighters are rare, they're only considered rare when compared to the huge population of the Spalier world. For those large clans, as long as they were able to stand on the stage, which one of them did not have a Tier 7 powerhouse? But if you think 7th stage is weak because of this, you're wrong. In the eyes of the strong, 7th stage might be weak, but it depends on what they're compared to. Don't forget, the students in the Spalier World Academy are all under 25 years old. 7th stage isn't scary, but reaching 7th stage before the age of 25 is scary. This can be seen from Fei Fei. Without a doubt, Fei Fei is a special student. At the same time, in the Spalier World Academy, in a villa with fake mountains, streams, and green willows, Fei Fei is holding her night elf and looking at something carefully. Only Fei Fei knows that she's not looking at the blade. Fei Fei, Fei Fei. Following 2 delicate shouts, the door of the villa was knocked open by a figure. The figure didn't slow down at all as it rushed in Fei Fei's direction. That figure is Lulu. Fei Fei is stunned. Even though Lulu is sometimes impulsive, Fei Fei has never seen Lulu do something like this. Fei Fei quickly dodged to the side. Lulu fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Fei Fei's eyebrows twitched. She sighed and sheathed her night elf. She bitterly smiled. "Lulu, what are you doing?" Lulu rubbed her breasts. While rubbing her breasts, she laughed in pain. With Lulu's speed just now, if she had fallen to the ground, they would have been the ones suffering. Hearing Fei Fei's words, Lulu rubbed her little head, looking a little distressed. Fei Fei couldn't help but sigh. This child, could it be that she didn't remember why she was so anxious? Fei Fei was worried that Lulu might have hit her head instead of her breasts when Lulu's eyes lit up. She jumped up from the ground and gave Fei Fei a fright. Before Fei Fei could say anything, Lulu grabbed Fei Fei's hand and shouted excitedly, "Fei Fei, it's Yin. Yin and the others are here." Hearing this, Fei Fei was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled. "Is that so? They're finally here." Fei Fei frowned. She looked at Lulu, who was in high spirits, and shook her head. "Even if we Yin and the others are here, you don't have to be so anxious." Lulu was stunned, but the excitement in her eyes didn't diminish. "Fei Fei, you don't know. Yin is famous in the Spalier World Academy." "Famous?" Fei Fei was stunned. Her eyes flashed with surprise. It's not because of anything else but the word famous. It's not easy to be famous in the Spalier World Academy. What's going on? Tell me. Lulu swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Ever since she received the news, she had been jumping up and down and running nonstop. Now that she was here, she was so excited that she could not help but feel her mouth go dry, and she pounced on him. Even when she was explaining to Fei Fei, Lulu was still full of excitement. She described the test at the entrance of the Spalier World Academy as more exciting than a haunted house. Fei Fei was stunned. Fei Fei now knows that Lulu has the same talent. After Lulu finished, Fei Fei fell silent. 10 special students, yeah. Lulu grabbed Fei Fei's hand and swung it back and forth. Fei Fei felt like her bones were about to fall apart. I really don't know how you managed to recruit so many powerful companions. I really want to meet them. Hearing this, Fei Fei shook her head with a smile and said, "It seems that we really have to meet." Lulu immediately shouted excitedly when she heard Fei Fei's words. Okay. Let's go now. Right away. Let's go. Fei Fei stared blankly at Lulu running away. She didn't know when Lulu became so impatient. She also didn't know when a magus could be so fast. Fei Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. She tightened her grip on the night elf and frowned. Fei Fei sighed and muttered, "This is going to be troublesome." Yes, troublesome. This is the reason why Fei Fei wanted to meet Wu Yan. Special students, and 10 of them at once. This will not only cause a stir in the Silverio World Institute, it also means that they will be targeted by the Silverio World Institute. Fei Fei, who is also a special student, knows this very well. If she wasn't from the Lori family, Fei Fei and Lulu wouldn't be able to live a peaceful life as students. Fei Fei knows how much the factions in the academy want to have a special student. Not to mention, there were 10 of them. I have to hurry. Fei Fei's eyes turned serious. She pushed open the door that was closed by Lulu and rushed towards Lulu's direction. At the same time, in the Spalier World Academy, there are a few places that aren't peaceful. The Spalier World Academy is the only academy in the Spalier world. It's also a joint venture between the 3 empires. The geniuses gathered from all over the world won't get along so well. Not to mention the competition between the top clans and the 3 empires. There are also some big and small clans that have grudges against each other. With so many factions gathered in one place, how can they get along peacefully? Among them, there were even some who were his sworn enemies. In addition, some of these people would be the successors of their respective forces in the future. In such an academy, there were so many geniuses, including those without forces and those with small forces. Wouldn't it be too stupid if they didn't rope them in? Therefore, the Spalier World Academy can be said to be a microcosm of the rivalry between the clans. They don't want the geniuses to fall into the hands of their enemies, or they want to pull them over to their side. The geniuses in the academy suddenly became a hot commodity. Among them, the most eye-catching ones are the special students who are at the top of the student body. Now that 10 special students have appeared, this force is enough to change the entire situation of the Spalier World Academy. Therefore, when the news of the 10 special students reach the ears of the big shots, these factions are in an uproar. At the same time, almost identical orders are passed down from one faction to another. They must pull these 10 special students to their side. If they can't pull them over, they must not let the enemy pull them over. When necessary, they're allowed to use special methods. Fei Fei had predicted that something like this would happen. That's why she felt that there was trouble. Chapter 306. In the Spalier World Academy, there is a so-called hierarchy system. The higher the level, the more privileges one has. This is especially true for the special students. And now, Wu Yan and his group are enjoying the first privilege of a special student, a villa of their own. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a villa. One had to know that such a place could even fit 100 people, let alone one. In a villa like this, a special student gets 1 per person. But this kind of privilege is like a bolt from the blue for Wu Yan, because this meant that he couldn't live with the girls anymore. When this fact flashed through his mind, Wu Yan couldn't react in time. When he did, Wu Yin immediately turned to the person in charge of arranging their accommodations. There's no need to go through so much trouble to arrange so many accommodations. A villa or whatever, one is enough. There are 10 of us. We can definitely live in it. Chuju, Mikoto, and the rest were embarrassed by Wu Yan's words. Even though they used to live together, but saying it so clearly in front of outsiders, isn't it indirectly telling them that they are related? Before Chuju and Mikoto could say anything, Shokuho Misaki suddenly turned to Wu Yan and smiled. Era, I didn't say I want to live with you. Wu Yan's face stiffened. He forced a smile at the smiling Shokuho Misaki and said helplessly, Queen-sama, what do you want now? Shokuho Misaki ran her fingers through her hair and winked at Wu Yan. She said slyly, Mio, this queen really needs to be taught a lesson. Wu Yan's mouth kept twitching. If there weren't outsiders here, Wu Yan would have pressed her down and beat her up. Shokuho Misaki acted like she didn't see Wu Yan's expression. She turned to Kinuhita Sai, Frenda, and to Kitsubu Riku. You girls, do you want to come with me? Wu Yan's expression changed. If he wanted to beat Ju-sama up a while ago, now he wants to F***CK Ju-sama up. She actually dared to F***CK her own husband, Kinuhita Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riko looked at each other. They didn't know what to do. Shokuho Misaki saw this and smiled faintly. Could it be that you want to? Shokuho Misaki looked at Wu Yan's direction and pouted. Live together? Kinuhita Sai and Frenda shuddered. Shokuho Misaki's words reminded them of the time when they lived with Wu Yan in Academy City. What kind of fate did they end up in? Recalling the day they were raped, the two women were alarmed. They were already F***ed before they were raped. Now that they were F***ed, if they lived together with him, wouldn't that be thus? The two women came to a decision. They nodded furiously under Wu Yan's stunned gaze. They looked at Shokuho Misaki with gratitude. After all, she was the one who saved them from the sea of fire. With such thoughts in mind, Kinuhita Sai and Frenda have long forgotten who was the one behind that embarrassing threesome. Seeing that Kinuhita Sai and Frenda agreed, Takitsubu Riku sneaked a glance at Wu Yan. Under the gazes of Kinuhita Sai and Frenda, she could only nod helplessly. Shokuho Misaki smiled triumphantly and turned to Astria. Hey, Astria-chan, aren't you coming with us? Oi, Ju-sama, that's enough. Wu Yan finally couldn't hold it in anymore. His eyes were glowing dangerously. Shokuho Misaki didn't doubt that if given the chance, Wu Yan would F***CK her again and again. This time, it was Astria's turn to be at a loss. She made a series of sounds like she didn't understand why the fire would burn her. Seeing this, Shokuho Misaki decided to make the final push. Astria's eyes lit up, and she nodded without hesitation. I have a lot of delicious food here. Wu Yan was stunned. He watched as Astria, Kinuhita Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riko walked to Shokuho Misaki's side. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I say, Ju-sama, what are you trying to do? Well, Wu Yan, don't worry. You'll find out soon enough. Shokuho Misaki smiled mysteriously and poked Wu Yan's cheek. All right. Shokuho Misaki suddenly reached out and took off the black bracelet on Wu Yan's wrist. It's the biocontainment device that stored the sisters. Shokuho Misaki waved it at Wu Yan's face. I'm taking this too. Wu Yan was stunned. Before he could react, Mikoto jumped out and shouted, You woman, why are you taking the sisters away? Misaki-san, there's no need to rush. Shoko Misaki didn't even look at Mikoto as she put the biocontainment device on her wrist. She touched the black bracelet on her wrist and smiled. Since Misaki-san doesn't have any plans for them, just leave it to me. Do you think I'll harm them? Mikoto's face turned red. She stomped her feet and said in exasperation, You, don't tell me you want the sisters to appear in this academy? That's 20,000 identical little sisters. Shokuho Misaki ignored Mikoto's words and giggled. I said there's no need to rush. Shokuho Misaki looked at Wu Yan, Hinajuku, and Mikoto. She giggled and swung her long hair, showing the back of her head to everyone. I'll give you guys a big surprise. After that, Shokuho Misaki led Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Astria away under the guidance of the person in charge. Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto looked at each other. After a while, Mikoto spoke up. That woman must be up to something again. Mikoto knows Shokuho Misaki well. After all, she's been harmed by her in the past. Wu Yin sighed. He knew that Jusama's thoughts are unfathomable, but he still felt helpless. He could only observe a moment of silence for those who were going to be harmed by Jusama's none. Chuju, on the other hand, was worried. Is it okay to let them leave just like that? What if something were to happen? You don't have to worry about that. Wu Yin patted his face as he watched Shokuho Misaki and the others leave. It doesn't matter who gets the short end of the stick, Jusama won't get the short end of the stick. Mikoto harumphed. I hope she gets the short end of the stick. That woman really thinks she has everyone under her control. Wu Yin and Chuju laughed dryly. They could feel the deep resentment in Mikoto's words. They fell silent. Scratching his head, Wu Yin smiled at Chuju and Mikoto. Hey, Mikoto, Chuju, don't tell me you're thinking of moving out to live on your own? Chuju and Mikoto blushed and glared at Wu Yin. They wanted to say something, but Wu Yin had already turned to Ikaros. Ikaros, don't tell me you're going to live on your own too? Ikaros flinched. Shyness flashed in her eyes, but she still insisted. Ikaros, I'm going with Master. Wu Yin chuckled. Flander-chan also raised her hand, and she yelled. Me too. Me too. Flan wants to live with Oni-chan too. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and nodded helplessly. To be honest, they're a little reluctant to part with Wu Yin as well. Mikoto snorted and turned her head away. I just want to be with Ikaros and Flan, she said with a bit of embarrassment. Yes, 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 Wu Yin giggled. Mikoto couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed, and Hinagiku felt helpless again. Chapter 307. Entering the villa the person in charge arranged for them. Wu Yin, Hinagiku, and Mikoto exchanged glances before sighing helplessly. Chuju said softly, Why do I feel like it's getting a little cold? Indeed, the original team of 10 is now down to 5 people. Wu Yin, Hinagiku, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Flander-chan are the only ones left. The others who are already used to this kind of situation are feeling a little uncomfortable. It's all that damn woman's fault. Mikoto didn't hesitate to push all the blame onto Jusama. It's fine if you're up to no good, but you actually dragged everyone away. You even took my sisters away. How despicable. Hearing Mikoto's complaints, Wu Yin and Hinagiku rubbed their temples. They aren't worried about Jusama getting the short end of the stick, but Jusama's mysterious actions are still giving them a headache. Next time, they'll have to ask Jusama what she's up to after making up his mind. Wu Yin let go of the worries in his heart and started sizing up this huge villa. Don't say, this villa is pretty big, at least it's much bigger than his house in Academy City. Flander-chan giggled and jumped down from Wu Yan's lap. She started jumping around the mansion like a happy little bird, running around the living room. Even though this place is a lot smaller than Scarlet Devil Mansion, Flander-chan is still running around tirelessly, rummaging through the rooms one by one like she's on an adventure. Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto, who were feeling a little cold at first, smiled when they saw Flander-chan like this. The strange feeling in their heart also disappeared. Gotta admit, Flander-chan has a special kind of charm. Could it be that she's the apple of Scarlet Devil Mansion's eye? Wu Yin quickly shouted when he saw Flander-chan running deeper into the mansion. Flander-chan, don't run too fast. Be careful not to fall. Got it. Oni-chan. Flander-chan's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. She ran into the villa and went on her so-called adventure. Shaking his head helplessly, Wu Yin was about to follow her when Ikaros suddenly tugged on Wu Yan's clothes and handed a booklet to him. Master, what's this? Wu Yin asked as he took the booklet from Ikaros. Ikaros pointed at a table nearby. I found it on that table. What is it? Chuju and Mikoto also gathered around Wu Yin. The three of them looked at the booklet in Wu Yan's hand. A few big words printed on the cover answer the questions in Wu Yin and everyone's mind. Entrance Guide? Spalier World Academy. Even though it has the word academy in it, there are no classrooms or anything like that for students to gather and study together. In the academy, students have their own free time. If they want to do sex, they can do it. If they want to play, if they want to play, if they want to play, if they want to stay in their rooms and sleep, no one will pay attention to them. Basically, Spalier World Academy only has a few restrictions. First, private fights are not allowed in the academy. If there's something that needs to be settled by force, then it can only be settled in the arena. Second, death is not allowed in the academy. If there's a murderer, the law enforcement team has the right to deal with him on the spot. If there's something that makes both sides unable to tolerate each other's existence, then they can only submit an application for a duel to the death. If the application is approved, then the duel will be allowed. Third, students above the age of 25 are not allowed in the academy. Once a student is over 25, they must take a graduation test. If they pass, they can graduate. If they don't, they will be expelled. These 3 rules are basically the school rules of Silverio World Institute. As long as the students of Spalier World Academy follow these 3 rules, they can do whatever they want in the academy. No one will pay attention to them. Of course, Spalier World Academy is still an academy. There are many powerful teachers in the academy, but if you want these teachers to teach you, you have to pay enough credits. In Spalier World Academy, there are auctions, shops, trading areas, and other facilities for the students to use. Here, there are resources from all over the Spalier world. Whether it's potions that can increase one's do chi or mana, treasures of heaven and earth, or armaments that can directly increase one's strength, battle skills, and magic, they can all be found here, as long as you have credits. It's worth mentioning that in Spalier World Academy, the currency is not gold but credits. It can be said that as long as you have credits, in this academy that has the support of 3 empires and resources from all over the world, there's basically nothing you can't find. Of course, if you want a legendary armament, then I'm sorry, those old farts in the council all want it. If you have one, they will definitely give you a shocking amount of credits to exchange for it. Well, that's basically the case. If you want a legendary armament, then I'm sorry, those old farts in the council all want it. However, it doesn't mean that there won't be any gold armaments. In other words, other than the things that even 9th stage powerhouses coveted, there was everything here. This was the correct way to put it. However, if you wanted to obtain them, it was still the same as before, as long as you had the credits. Then, how do you get the most important credits? There are many ways. You can use armaments, battle skills, magic, treasures of heaven and earth to exchange for them. As long as you have the resources, those shops and auctions in Spalier World Academy will give you credits. If you don't have these things, then it's fine. As long as you have the strength, you can get credits all the same. The arena. Rather than the arena, it's better to call it the arena tower, because its body is a tower. The arena tower has a total of 9 floors. Each floor is made up of countless arenas. Here, you can settle your personal grudges and also use it as a source of credits. In the Tower of Tournament, you can gamble your points. You can challenge others to a duel or place bets on the duels. These are all ways to earn points. You can even challenge teachers to a duel. Teachers also need points. They have points in their hands. As long as you can win, you can win. Not only that, every floor of the arena tower has a floor master arranged by the academy. As long as you can defeat the floor master, you can get a large amount of credits and move up to the next floor. As long as you can defeat all the floor masters on the 9th floor and conquer the arena tower, the credits you will get will be enough to last you for the rest of your life. Of course, no one has been able to do it yet, because as the floors increase, the strength of the floor masters will also increase. Currently, the strongest students are on the 6th floor. One can only imagine how strong the floor masters on the upper floors of the arena tower are. Other than the arena tower, there is another very important existence in Spalier World Academy: the ranking. To put it bluntly, the ranking is a list. However, it's not an ordinary list. There are only 100 spots on this list. Those who can get on it are the strongest 100 students in Spalier World Academy. Out of 10 million students, only 100 of them were able to make it to the top. From this, One could easily imagine how valuable the ranking was. It was even more valuable than the slots for the special students. As long as one was ranked, one would be able to obtain credits every month. The higher one's ranking was, the more credits one would be able to obtain. Chapter 308. When Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto finished reading the guidebook, there was a deafening sound that no one else could hear except for Wu Yin and the others. Beep detected a special item, issuing a sudden mission. Sudden mission. Conquer the Tower of Tournament. Mission. Challenge the Spalier World Academy's Tower of Tournament and defeat each floor's leader. Mission rewards. Floor 1. Equipment and item points 10,000. Ability points and summoning points 5,000. Floor 2. Equipment and item points 20,000. Ability points and summoning points 10,000. Floor 3. Equipment and item points 30,000. Ability points and summoning points 15,000. Floor 4. Equipment and item points 40,000. Ability points and summoning points 20,000. Floor 5. Equipment and item points 100,000. Ability points and summoning points 25,000. Floor 6. Equipment and item points 200,000. Ability points and summoning points 30,000. Floor 7. Equipment and item points 300,000. Ability points and summoning points 35,000. Floor 8. Equipment and item points 500,000. Ability points and summoning points 40,000. Floor 9. Equipment and item points 1 million. Ability points and summoning points 50,000. Note: this mission is only valid for the user. Sudden mission. Fight for the ranking. Mission. Challenge the people on the Spalier World Academy's ranking and fight for the ranking. Mission rewards. Top 100 equipment and item points 10,000. Ability points and summoning points 5,000. Top 90 to 20,000 equipment points and item points 10,000. Ability points and summoning points. Top 80 to 30,000 equipment points and item points 15,000. Ability points and summoning points. Top 70 to 40,000 equipment points and item points 20,000. Ability points and summoning points. Top 60 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points 25,000. Top 50 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points 30,000. Top 40 equipment and item points 70,000. Ability points and summoning points 35,000. Top 30 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points 40,000. Top 20 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points 45,000. Top 10 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points 50,000. Third place. Equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points 60,000. Second place. Equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points 70,000. First place. Equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points 80,000. Note: this mission is only valid for the user. 2 missions. However, the rewards for these 2 missions were ridiculously generous. This sudden mission announcement went on for a full 5 minutes. Wu Yin listened to the system announcement for 5 minutes. When the system announcement faded away, Wu Yin looked at the mission on the system projection in front of him and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Other things aside, let's talk about the mission rewards first. The rewards for these 2 missions were only points. However, those points almost made Wu Yin think that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Conquer the Tower of Tournament. If this mission was completed, Wu Yin would receive 2 million equipment points and item points, 230,000 ability points, and summoning points. Fight for a ranking. If this mission was completed, he would receive 55 million equipment points and item points, 440,000 ability points, and summoning points. If he could complete both of the missions, thinking of this, Wu Yin smiled bitterly. There were so many students in the entire academy, and in the end, they only managed to conquer the 6th floor of the Tower of Tournament. As for the rest, from the huge amount of points rewards, it was easy to see how difficult it was to pass. As for the ranking, Wu Yin planned to collect as many points as he could. However, that this mission is only valid for the user label made Wu Yin's heart ache a little. Looking at the mission on the projection, Wu Yan's face was a mixture of joy and worry, red and black. His expression changed so much that Shuju and Mikoto looked at each other. Noticing the two girls' expressions, Wu Yan was stunned. He asked in surprise, "You heard the system announcement too?" Hearing this, Hinajiku and Mikoto nodded, making him speechless. He doesn't know what's going on with the system. The proper quests are given to the group, and the improper quests are given to him. Don't tell me the system thinks for me, or something. The two girls looked at each other, and then looked at Wu Yin helplessly. "Yin, it seems like we can't help you this time." Wu Yin was almost in tears. It seems like he can only rely on himself this time. At this moment, an excited shout came from the villa's main entrance. Wu Yin, Mikoto, and Hinajiku, who were in the living room, jumped in fright. They turned their heads to look and were stunned by what they saw. Lulu. Maybe it was because the main door wasn't closed, or maybe it was because Lulu didn't care if there was a door or not. Anyway, when Wu Yin and the rest saw Lulu, she had already rushed into the main hall. Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto were stunned. They looked at Lulu, who suddenly rushed in. They couldn't react. Is there a need to be so excited? When they saw Lulu's clothes, they were stunned again. There was no other reason, but because Lulu was wearing a white student uniform with golden edges. A special student. Lulu is also a special student. After regaining his senses, Wu Yin quickly opened the system and looked at Lulu's body. Meilu? Lowly, level 44. Level 44, the same level as the last time they met. This is to be expected. After all, Wu Yin and the rest spent a few months in the magic forbidden realm. Only a little more than a day has passed here. In addition, Wu Yin and the rest have only been in the Spalier World Academy for a few days. Of course, a few days won't be enough to increase their strength by much. What really surprised Wu Yin and the rest is that with Lulu's level, she shouldn't be a special student. After all, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku are already Tier 6, but they only got blue light while Lulu is only Tier 5. Then, there's only one explanation as to why Lulu is a special student. Lulu became a special student by relying on her potential. She's one of the less than 100 special students with potential. Seeing Lulu rushing in, Wu Yin couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the precious daughter of the Lori family, the pride of the heavens, one must know that Flanderchan became a special student because she's already a Tier 9 fighter. As for Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, it's because they became his summons. After becoming his summons, their potential is limitless. After all, as long as there's a fight, there's experience to be gained and their strength will increase. Potential and whatnot can't be used to measure a summon's potential. Lulu, on the other hand, relied on her own potential. At this moment, Wu Yin truly understood how much of a genius this half-natural girl is. This thought only flashed through his mind for a split second before Lulu arrived in front of him. Seeing this, Wu Yin quickly dodged to the side. And so, Lulu fell to the ground again. With a cry of surprise, Lulu fell straight to the ground in a straight line. After a pa sound, a painful howl resounded through the air. Wu Yin, Chuju Mikoto, and even Fei Fei, who just entered the room, are all looking at Lulu, who's crying out so painful on the ground. Their hearts are in a dilemma. Should we help her up? Chapter 309. Ouch. Lulu slowly got up from the ground. She clutched her chest with one hand and took 2 deep breaths. It's as if she's afraid she'll flatten them if she falls. Wu Yan's already awkward expression turned even more awkward. Fei Fei, on the other hand, felt awkward. She even had the urge to just leave without a care in the world. After all, this is just too shameful. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. In the end, he dismissed the idea of helping Lulu up. He turned his head to the other side to cover it up. This time, Wu Yan felt awkward again. Chuju and Mikoto stared at Lulu's body. To be more precise, they were staring at Lulu's breasts. When they saw Lulu groaning in pain and rubbing her breasts, envy, jealousy, and hatred flashed across their eyes. It's as if they're hoping that if they fall on the ground, they'll have the ability to fall on the same spot. Wu Yin covered his eyes with his hand. He couldn't bear to watch anymore. On the other hand, Fei did the same as Wu Yin. Their eyes met, and they both smiled awkwardly. Fei, Lori, level 69. Wu Yin was shocked when he saw the information in his system. He asked Fei in surprise. Fei, you leveled up? Leveled up. Fei looked at Wu Yin in confusion. She then looked at herself in confusion. What leveled up? Wu Yin realized what he just said, and he quickly waved his hand. No, I mean Fei, your strength. Fei smiled and raised the night elf in her hand. You can tell. Wu Yin nodded. When Wu Yin nodded, Fei smiled helplessly. After fighting with you last time, I gained some enlightenment and my strength increased a little. Originally, I wanted to hide it from you. Wu Yin scratched his head in embarrassment. If it wasn't for the system, he wouldn't have noticed Fei's change. But Fei looked at Wu Yin and stared at his wine-red eyes. Looks like you've changed a lot too. Wu Yin smiled awkwardly. He had no choice but to evade her gaze. After all, Wu Yin has never heard of the existence of vampires in the Spalier world. If he told Fei that he became a vampire and that's why his eyes turned red, Fei, she'd be confused. Hey, don't ignore me. Lulu screamed and got up from the ground. She said discontentedly, I fell down, and you guys are still chatting so happily. You're so annoying. Wu Yin and Fei looked at each other helplessly and shrugged. This made Lulu even more dissatisfied. She turned around and ran towards Makoto and Chuju. Makoto, Chuju, long time no see. Lulu, long time no see. Chuju and Makoto said helplessly. They seemed to be exasperated by Lulu's behavior. Lulu, on the other hand, didn't seem to be aware of it. Her little head was looking around. Didn't you say there were 10 special students here? Why don't I see them? Hearing Lulu's words, Fei remembered the reason she came here. Her face turned serious, and she looked at Wu Yin. Yin, there's something, Before Fei could finish, Lulu's scream interrupted Fei's words. Fei's serious face fell, and a trace of anger crept up between her brows. It's telling everyone that Fei is angry. However, when Fei looked at Lulu, the anger on her brows disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by the same look of amazement on Lulu's face. The reason is Flandre-chan, who just ran out of the mansion. Lulu's eyes turned into stars. She looked at Flandre-chan with love in her eyes. After a while, Lulu screamed again in the silent living room. So cute. Following that, Lulu ran up to Flandre-chan with lightning speed and pulled her into her arms. She rubbed her head against Flandre-chan's scalp. You. Flandre-chan's limbs flailed around as she screamed in pain. Wu Yin couldn't help but cover his head with his hands. What kind of level did he have to be to make an undying vampire make such a sound? Lulu, let go of Flandre-chan. Hinajiku and Makoto quickly came to Lulu's side and rescued the frightened Flandre-chan from her great bosom. If they were a step late, Flandre-chan would have already passed away. Don't be so stingy. Let me hug you. It's not like anything will happen to you. Lulu looked at Flandre-chan with a burning gaze. Flandre-chan's face turned pale. Flandre-chan pounced on Wu Yin and buried her head in Wu Yin's chest. Big brother, she's so scary. Wu Yin laughed awkwardly. She can scare Flandre-chan to this extent, and she still says she won't do anything. Lulu, so you're the hidden big boss here. Helplessly shaking his head, Wu Yin looked at Fei. He felt even more helpless when he saw her. I say, Fei, do you want a hug as well? Fei froze for a moment before quickly retracting her gaze from Flandre-chan and turning her head away in embarrassment. Lulu, Hinajiku, and Makoto couldn't help but snicker in amusement. Fei chuckled awkwardly before turning to Wu Yin. Yin, there's something. Perhaps today is destined to be Fei's day of suffering. Fei was interrupted again, but this time it wasn't Lulu who interrupted Fei. It was Ikaros who stood half a meter behind Wu Yin. Her indigo pupils turned crimson for a split second, then returned to normal after a split second. However, the flowing stream of data remained in Ikaros's pupils. Master! Ikaros lifted her emotionless face and looked at Wu Yan. Her voice was as soft as ever. "There's an enemy." "Enemy?" Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto couldn't help but blurt out. They didn't understand what was going on. Fei Fei, on the other hand, had a dark look on her face. She said helplessly, "Looks like we won't make it in time." Wu Yan frowned at Fei Fei's words and turned to Fei Fei. "Sister Fei Fei, by saying that, could it be that you know who this so-called enemy is?" Fei Fei nodded, but shook her head after some thought. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto were all confused. "So does this mean you know or not?" Chuju was speechless. "Fei Fei, could it be?" Lulu grabbed Fei Fei's hand. Her face turned worried. Lulu, who's always been dumb, seems to have figured out who the enemy is. Wu Yan's frown deepened as he looked at Fei Fei and Lulu. "What's going on?" Fei Fei. Fei Fei pondered for a moment. "To be honest, I don't know who it is either, but it's a fact that you guys are in trouble." Wu Yan lowered his head and sighed. He shrugged. "Even though I knew the Spalier World Academy wouldn't be peaceful, I didn't expect it to come so soon. It's only been half an hour since we chose the villa, right?" Fei Fei smiled bitterly. "Half an hour is already considered late. You guys still don't know what kind of situation Spalier World Academy is in. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so surprised." Fei Fei looked at Wu Yan and said seriously, "What do you plan to do?" "Yan." Wu Yan smiled faintly at Fei Fei's words. "Since it's someone Ikaros deemed as an enemy, it's definitely not friendly. Let's just kill it." Chapter 310. Walking out of the villa, there's a green avenue. On both sides of the avenue are the residences of the new special students. Compared to Wu Yan's villa, their residences are a bit more simple and crude. It seems like the person who arranged this villa knows that there's more than one special student living here. There's not a single shadow on the road. They probably haven't arrived, yet since Ikaros' detection range is quite large. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Fei Fei aren't in a hurry. Since the other party hasn't arrived yet, they'll just have to wait. About 4 to 5 minutes later, Wu Yan's group raised their heads and looked at the end of the road. There's a large group of people squeezing together. The sound of footsteps can be heard. They're walking towards them in a hurry. It's like they're being chased by someone. In front of them, the leader of the group seems to have noticed Wu Yan's group. He quickly waved his hand to stop the large group of people behind him. The leader of the group is a young man around 25 years old. He's wearing a white student uniform with gold edges, showing that he's a special student. Behind him, there are 8 other special students in the same uniform and a large number of elite students in white with blue edges. The leader of the group raised his head, and when he saw Fei Fei, his eyes flashed with surprise. He seems to recognize Fei Fei. When he saw Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Flandrachan, his eyes flashed with shock, followed by a dirty look. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Fei Fei saw that dirty look. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes while Chuju and Mikoto furrowed their brows. It seems like their impression of this group of people is extremely bad. Fei Fei was stunned when she saw the young man in the lead. Then she frowned. "Bing Mian, it's you." The young man called Bing Mian moved his eyes away from the girls and looked at Fei Fei. His eyes flickered as he sneered. "I didn't expect the Lori family to be so fast." Fei Fei's furrowed brows relaxed after hearing that. She glanced at Bing Mian and turned her head away. It's obvious that she doesn't care about this guy. Bing Mian's eyes flashed with ruthlessness when he saw Fei Fei's reaction. It disappeared quickly, but Wu Yan still caught it. "Bing Mian? Saito, level 64, tier 7? Wu Yan scanned the group of special students behind Bing Mian. Without exception, all 8 of them are tier 7. Bing Mikoto, Ikaros, and Flandrachan glanced at Hinajiku, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Flandrachan before looking at Wu Yan. Bing Mikoto frowned as he became even more suspicious. Are they really special students? Why can I sense a trace of Do-Chi or mana? Could it be that they're all special students with potential? Bing Mian immediately denied this thought. According to the information he received, other than that little girl, the rest of them should be special students. Then, they must have cultivated a special technique to hide their do, chi, or mana. That should be it. Looks like they're quite rich, but I wonder if they have any background soon. Bing Mian frowned again. Didn't they say that there were 10 special students? Why are there only 5 of them? Wu Yin, who had a smile on his face, finally opened his mouth to speak. However, Bing Mian wasn't too pleased with Wu Yan's response. Wu Yin ignored the crowd that would surround and beat him to a pulp. He looked at Fei Fei and he said, "Fei Fei, do you know him?" Fei Fei hesitated for a moment when she heard that, and then she nodded reluctantly. It was obvious how much Fei Fei disliked this fellow called Bing Mian from this. He's the second young master of Saito family, the second young master of Ailu Empire's second family. His name is Second Family? Wu Yin interrupted Fei Fei. To be honest, the other party's name isn't something that can be hidden from the system's perception. Even without the system's perception, Wu Yin doesn't really want to know. He only cares about the other party's background. Fei Fei bitterly smiled and shook her head. Yeah, the Second Family. To put it simply, they're our Lori family's competitor. Many people have been eyeing the title of First Family for a long time. Of course, the Second Family is the one who's eyeing it the most. Fei Fei paused for a moment before continuing in a troubled tone. Looks like we won't be able to resolve this peacefully. Fei Fei looked at Wu Yin with an apologetic look. Wu Yin smiled helplessly. I say, Fei Fei, if you think you're dragging us down, there's no need for that. Anyways, Wu Yin shook his head slightly as he looked at the ice surface in front of him. Even if they're going to resolve this peacefully, I don't think so. Wu Yin saw how Bing Mian looked at Chuju Mikoto, Ikaros, and Flanderchan. That disgusting look is enough to make him hate Bing Mian. If Fei Fei, Chuju, and Mikoto are disgusted with Bing Mian, then Lulu's disgust towards Bing Mian is on the surface. Hey, you annoying bastard, what are you doing here? Bing Mian smiled, ignoring the disgust in Lulu's voice. Do I need to tell you why I'm here? Of course, it's these people. Bing Mian looked at Wu Yin and smiled. Hello, I'm the second son of the Saito family. I'm here to invite you all to my sea of icicles. Are you interested? Wu Yin looked at Fei Fei, and Fei Fei immediately understood. There are many factions in the Spalier World Academy. They're all formed by capable students. Some of them are formed by large families. Sea of Icicles is a faction formed by the Saito family in the Spalier World Academy. This time, Wu Yin finally understood why people would come knocking on his door. Where there's power, there's bound to be conflict. Manpower, that's one of the most important factors. As if he didn't see Wu Yin and Fei Fei whispering, Bing Mian looked at Lulu and Fei Fei and said, However, it seems like Deadly Forest is a step ahead of us. Deadly Forest? Is that the Lori family's faction in the Spalier World Academy? Fei Fei's face darkened, and she looked at Bing Mian. Bing Mian, don't think of us as the same as you. Deadly Forest has never forced anyone. Plus, they're all my friends. Friends. Bing Mian was stunned when he heard Fei Fei's words. He looked at Fei Fei's darkened face, and his heart was in turmoil. Only those who had dealings with the Lori family, Deadly Forest, and Fei Fei would know how strange it was for Fei Fei to call them friends. Ever since Fei Fei appeared in the Spalier World Academy, Fei Fei had never called anyone her friends. Could it be that these people have a background that even that woman was afraid of? Bing Mian couldn't think of anything else other than that. He smiled. After all, he had never heard of any faction in the Spalier world that the Lori family was afraid of, not even the royal family. Bing Mian smiled and said, Does that mean these people didn't join Deadly Forest? Fei Fei clenched her teeth. She didn't know what to say. If she said no, she was afraid that Wu Yin and the others would be in trouble. If she said no, Fei Fei was in a dilemma. At this moment, a voice followed by a large number of footsteps sounded. Bing Mian, don't think that just because Lethal Forest isn't here, we heard everything you said. Chapter 3:11. Bing Mian's face sank. Fei Fei and Lulu sighed in relief, and Wu Yin smiled. Wu Yin is very familiar with this voice. It had been a long time since they last met. Tauros, The one who had picked a fight with Kieran because of Lulu was now wearing the uniform of an elite student. His group was no less than the number of students from Sea of Icicles. Behind him were many elite students and 10 special students. Wu Yin smiled again, but this time it's a mocking smile. After all, Toth is only an elite student, yet he's leading 10 special students. It's obvious that he's just a fox using the tiger's might to intimidate others. Reality confirmed Wu Yan's thoughts. When the 10 special students saw Fei Fei and Lulu, they immediately abandoned Toth and stood behind Fei Fei and Lulu like loyal guards. Fei Fei nodded at them. It seems like the true leader of Deadly Forest is Fei Fei. It's you. Toth's face darkened when he saw Wu Yan. His eyes flashed with deep resentment. Toth won't forget Wu Yan's face even if he dies. When he saw Lulu and Fei Fei standing close to Wu Yan, Toth's gloomy face became even gloomier. He clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could kill Wu Yan. Unfortunately, the moment he thought of that, the scene of Wu Yan and Fei Fei's battle surfaced in his mind. It was like a bucket of cold water that extinguished his killing intent. Only coldness remained. Bing Mian also heard Toth's "It's you." He's almost certain that the newcomers are Fei Fei's acquaintances. That means they won't join him. Wu Yan smiled and wanted to speak, but he suddenly stopped. Ikaro's eyes flashed as she looked at Wu Yan. She didn't say anything either. Oh, I didn't expect Deadly Forest and Sea of Icicles to be here already. Are we too late? A handsome young man around 25 years old, wearing a special student uniform, came to the other side of the group. He smiled at Fei Fei and Bing Mian before looking at Wu Yan. Busy? Let in, level 66. Fei Fei didn't know how many times she frowned. She sighed and said helplessly, I didn't expect him to come as well. Ilu Empire's third house. Let in family's leader. The leader of the Crimson Land. Busy? Let in. Wu Yan rubbed his chin with interest. This is going to be fun. Ilu Empire's 3 great houses are all here. Busy? Ledin chuckled. When he saw Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Ikaros, he was surprised. Ripples flashed in his eyes, and he nodded approvingly. I heard there are a lot of beautiful girls among the new special students. I didn't want to believe it first, but after seeing you all, I have no choice but to believe it. They are indeed beautiful. Hinajiku and Mikoto flinched, and they awkwardly nodded at Bishi. They waved their hands and turned their heads away. For the 2 girls, this isn't something they can get used to. After all, they're quite shy. Wu Yan found it funny. Bishi smiled. He didn't mind the 2 girls' reaction. He looked at Fei Fei and Bing Mian with his arms crossed. Since you 2 are here first, did anyone manage to invite the new students? If not, the Crimson Land will have to participate. This time, it was Bing Mian who laughed. Oh, Bishi, I think you're going to be disappointed. They are Fei Fei's acquaintances. We won't get a chance. Acquaintances? Bishi was stunned. He frowned and shrugged helplessly. Looks like we're late. We're late by quite a bit. Bishi turned to Wu Yan. I don't know. How should I address them? Wu Yan didn't say anything. His wine-red eyes scanned Bishi's figure. He looked at the other side of Bishi. Over there, another group of people appeared under the lead of a certain person. No, that's not all. There are people leading groups of people from all directions. It's obvious that they are from the Spalier World Academy. It's a sea of people. It's a real sea of people. Other than Wu Yan and the others who are standing in front of the villa is surrounded by people. Standing in front of these people were the few special students. However, the originally few special students seem to have formed a human wall at this moment. In front of the human wall, there are 4 men and 2 women. There are 6 young men and 2 young women leading the group. Looking at the 6 of them, Fei Fei had a serious expression on her face. She was already clenching the night elf in her hand tightly. They're all here. The smile on Bing Mian's face disappeared. He glanced at the leaders, and his eyes flickered with uncertainty. Bishi's face darkened. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're right. We're only missing the royals. Fei Fei nodded solemnly. In their eyes, other than the 3 great royal families and the 9 great clans, the other forces were dispensable. Now, other than the 3 great royal families, The members of the 9 great clans were all present. Fei Fei glanced at Wu Yan. When she saw Wu Yan's calm expression, she was surprised. She didn't expect Wu Yan to be so calm in front of so many factions. Wu Yan looked calm on the surface, but inside, he was speechless. It's not because of the so-called factions. It's because of the number of people. Are these people really from the 9 factions? Isn't there a little too many of them? They're piling up to the point of death. At this time, Flanderchan frowned. Although she has sealed her power, she can still feel the faint malice in the air. This proves that there are some people with impure motives. She pulled Wu Yan's clothes and whispered, "Big brother, these people are so annoying. Flanderchan wants to play with them until they break." Wu Yan chuckled and rubbed Flanderchan's head. "Flanderchan, just watch quietly. These people don't deserve to play with you." Flanderchan unwillingly turned her head and calmed down. She seemed to have listened to Wu Yan's words. Chuju walked to Wu Yan and extended her hand to Flanderchan. "Flanderchan, come to Big Sister. Big brother has something important to do." Flanderchan looked at Wu Yan and nodded obediently. This made Wu Yan surprised and happy. It seems like Flanderchan's spirit has stabilized a lot. She can even listen to other people's words. Fei Fei walked up to Wu Yan and hesitated for a moment. "Yan, you know they're coming for you. What do you plan to do?" Fei Fei stared at Wu Yan's face with her beautiful eyes. "If you don't have a solution, why don't you join Deadly Forest?" Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Fei Fei's serious tone. Of course, he knew why Fei Fei would use such a tone. Fei Fei probably didn't want him to think that she's coming for their special student status. How silly. However, Fei Fei's words could be considered as a plan. However, joining the Deadly Forest might not be a peaceful thing. Turning his head to look at Hughes, who was glaring at him with venomous eyes, Wu Yan grinned. "Sister Fei Fei, don't worry about me. If I don't join them, it's not like I'll get ganged up on." Fei Fei smiled bitterly. "I'm not afraid of that. I'm just afraid that they'll use underhanded methods or force you into the arena tower. When that happens, Wu Yan chuckled. "When that happens, I don't mind them giving me credits. I don't mind giving them a few slaps." Chapter 312. In the Spalier World Academy, academic credits are like gold coins. Although money isn't everything, you can't do anything without money. Originally, Wu Yan was worried about how to get some academic credits. At the very least, it would be enough to support him so that when he sees something he wants, he won't run out of academic credits to exchange for it. But now, if what Fei Fei said is true, these people will force him to go to the arena tower. Then, he can use this opportunity to gamble for academic credits and make a good profit. Under the system's perception, although the number of people here is terrifying, there are also a lot of 7th stage special students. But no matter what, they are only 7th stage. As long as they aren't 8th stage, Wu Yan isn't afraid of losing. As a true ancestor, even if he's only 7th stage, Wu Yan can stand firmly at the peak of 7th stage with the support of his unlimited vitality and recovery ability. So, as long as they aren't 8th stage, in front of him who can't die, these people are just giving him academic credits. Hearing Wu Yan's resolute words, Fei Fei was stunned for a moment. Then, she couldn't help but smile. She almost forgot that Wu Yan is someone who almost lost his life. Even if Wu Yan can't, there's still... Fei Fei glanced at Mikoto and Ikaros. Her serious face relaxed. She just remembered that Mikoto and Ikaros are 8th stage powerhouses. 2 8th stage powerhouses. Even if the people in front of her are Wu Yan's enemies, so what? With Mikoto and Ikaros here, these 7th stage special students won't be able to touch them. Thinking until here, Fei Fei smiled and took a step back. "Since you already have an idea, I won't force you. If you need help, just say the word." Although Deadly Forest isn't as powerful as so many factions, it's not a place that can be touched by just anyone. That's right. Lulu, who has been hiding behind Fei Fei, also spoke up. She patted her chest and said, "Yin, don't worry. If they bully you, Fei Fei will definitely stand up for you." "Yes," Wu Yin replied helplessly. For some reason, He felt that Lulu has a mysterious power that can make a person who is full of energy lose all his strength. As expected, Lulu is the real boss. At this moment, Bing Mian glanced at the sea of people. He rolled his eyes slightly and suddenly laughed. Ice raised his hand and shouted at the leaders of the Baruba Empire and Fea Empire. Everyone, I'm sure you have the same goal as us. You want these newbies to join us, right? Bing Mian laughed loudly when he saw everyone's expression. But you're fated to come here in vain. Lethal Forest is one step ahead of us. The crowd burst into an uproar, especially the leaders of the 6 great clans. Their eyes darkened as they stared at Fei Fei and the people from Deadly Forest. The malice they showed was self-evident. Seeing this, Bishi looked at Bing Mian with disdain. But he had to admit that Bing Mian was really good at this move. This Bing Mian must think that the newcomers won't join his sea of icicles. That's why he said this. He's trying to divert the attention of the major factions towards Lethal Forest. If Lethal Forest doesn't give everyone an explanation, they won't have an easy time. Fei Fei's expression changed completely. She looked at Bing Mian with anger in her eyes. She bitterly laughed in her heart. Bing Mian is setting a trap for me. Either I give up on the newcomers, or I become the target of all the major factions. But give up on Wu Yin? Is that even possible? Fei Fei was once again in a dilemma. Lulu was starting to get anxious. Tobias was happy. He walked towards Fei Fei and tried to persuade her. Senior Fei Fei, the situation isn't good for us. There's no need to sacrifice Lethal Forest for a few newcomers. Let's just let them have it. Fei Fei coldly glanced at Tauros. Tauros didn't dare to speak anymore. At this time, the people from the 6 major powers began to move. It seems like they were getting impatient from waiting. Bing Mian smiled as if his plan had succeeded. He smiled at Fei Fei and said, Miss Fei Fei, I think it's better for everyone to be friendly. You also know that there are a lot of new students this time. It's easy for things to change. So, our best plan is to divide them up. This way, we can have the best of both worlds. Don't you think so? Fei Fei was angry. When she wanted to say something, Wu Yin laughed. His laughter was very happy. It was very strange. Although his voice was soft, it rang in everyone's ears. Everyone quieted down. Wu Yin slowly raised his hand and crossed it in front of his chest. He looked at Bing Mian and smiled. Divide? You said divide? How come I don't know that we've fallen to the point where we have to be divided? Bing Mian's eyes turned cold, but his smile didn't change. However, it became a little cold. At the same time, he sneered. Newcomer, you don't know what's good for you. You might be strong outside the Spalier World Academy, and no one could discipline you. However, this isn't the countryside where you used to be. If you want to be rude and unreasonable, you should know your place. Wu Yin glanced at Bing Mian indifferently. Then, he walked towards Bing Mian. Everyone was stunned. Was this newcomer going to start a fight? Quite a number of people laughed. They looked at Wu Yin like he's an idiot. Outside of the arena tower, fights are considered private fights. The enforcers are always keeping an eye on the fights. Fei Fei and Lulu's hearts were in their mouths. Bing Mian sneered as he watched Wu Yin walk towards him. He wanted to see if this newcomer had the guts to start a fight. However, the sneer on Bing Mian's face quickly froze. Even the people who were watching the show looked at Wu Yin in shock. They were speechless. Without even looking at Bing Mian, Wu Yin brushed past Bing Mian's figure, leaving Bing Mian with a big back view as he looked at the huge crowd in front of him. Ignored. Blatant disregard. Bing Mian's body trembled. His eyes were filled with killing intent. As the second young master of Ailu Empire's second house, Bing Mian, had never been treated like this before. Wu Yin sighed. Then, a clear and indifferent voice came out from his mouth and rang in everyone's ears. Everyone, I have no plans to join any faction at the moment. You don't have to worry about us breaking the balance between your factions. Wu Yin looked at the leaders of the 9 factions, including Fei Fei, Bishi, and Bing Mian. He continued, If you want us to join, it's not impossible as long as Wu Yan's lips curled into a sinister smile. His next words stunned everyone. As long as you can defeat me, I will join your faction. His words were like a clap of thunder that exploded in the crowd. Everyone was in an uproar. The leaders of the various forces all laughed. In their opinion, this newcomer really couldn't find an opponent outside. Therefore, he was a little arrogant and dared to say such words. However, this was exactly what they wanted. No matter what, a fight would not only dampen the other party's spirit, but they could also take him as their own. So why not? Yan, Fei and Lulu shouted. Their eyes were filled with worry. Although they have seen Wu Yan's strength, Fei and Lulu weren't too worried about Wu Yan's strength. After all, Wu Yan is also very strong. They know this, however, that would have to depend on the circumstances under which it would happen. It's not just one person, it's a group of people. Chapter 3:13. Fei and Lulu's worries weren't superfluous. After all, many ants could bite an elephant to death. Although this sentence didn't exist in the alternate world, everyone understood the logic. Otherwise, why would so many people be afraid of being ganged up on? Wu Yan was indeed very strong, but no matter how strong Wu Yan was, unless he was at the 8th rank, the gap between him and those special students was boundless. In that case, he could ignore it. However, if Wu Yan wasn't at the 8th rank, then even if he could deal with the front, the back would be stacked to death. Physical strength wasn't limitless. Battle aura and magic power were in air. If he really defeated everyone, Wu Yan would probably be exhausted to death. It had to be said that Fei and Lulu's thoughts were indeed correct. Unfortunately, the thoughts in their hearts weren't superfluous when used on Wu Yan. True ancestors didn't have limitless physical strength. Then who had limitless physical strength? Battle aura? Magic power? What was that? Could it be eaten? Sorry, I don't have that. I only have this body. However, it's enough to deal with those self-righteous forces. As if he had expected the reaction of everyone present, Wu Yan smiled triumphantly. Then, he said with a smile, "Of course, everyone knows that I'm just a newcomer. There are some things that I need everyone to take care of. For example, credits and so on." When this sentence came out, everyone who was smiling just now was embarrassed. They couldn't help but curse in their hearts. This newcomer's appetite was really big. He actually had his eyes on credits. The leaders of the major forces looked as if they had swallowed a dead fly. Their faces turned incomparably ashen as they looked at the smiling Wu Yan. Suddenly, a thought popped up in their minds. Was it really beneficial to let this guy join? It wouldn't be a scourge coming in, right? At this moment, Wu Yan wasn't just arrogant in everyone's hearts. At the same time, he was also insensible. Did he really think that everyone was a machine to farm credits? Were credits that easy to obtain? All the leaders, including the special students, sneered in their hearts. At the same time, they made up their minds to teach this newcomer a lesson. Wu Yan took in everyone's expressions and pretended not to see them. He smiled softly. "Then, tomorrow at this time, I will be waiting for everyone in the arena tower." Wu Yan swept his gaze over the crowd before walking back to Hinajiku and Mikoto's side. The other factions exchanged glances with each other. Since they're already here, there's no need for them to stay any longer. They bade each other farewell and left the area. With the departure of the various forces and the departure of the crowd around the villa, the scene that was originally packed with people became much more deserted. Vichy pursed his lips and looked at Wu Yan as if he didn't care. "Since you've decided to use a battle to determine the final winner, Crimson Land will be there tomorrow. Remember to be merciful then." Vichy smiled and waved at the members of Crimson Land behind him. He then led them out of the villa. Only the people from Deadly Forest and Sea of Dense Ice were left at the scene. The people from the two factions looked at each other with hostility in their eyes. Let's not talk about the fact that the two forces were rivals because of the competition between their respective masters. Just now, after being betrayed by Bing Mian in front of the other forces, the people from Deadly Forest didn't look too good. If they could, they even wanted to vent their anger on Bing Mian. The huge stream of people had already disappeared, and Lulu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She had to admit that the scene of the 9 major forces confronting each other was quite stressful for a cheerful person like her. Now that the stream of people had reduced, Lulu also relaxed. Walking out from behind Fei, Lulu saw the ice surface on the opposite side at first glance. She suddenly frowned and pouted her mouth in dissatisfaction. She waved her hand as if she was swatting a fly and said in disgust, "Hey, they've already left. Why are you still here? Can't you just leave? I don't want to see you." Bing Makoto looked at Lulu with a gloomy expression. When he saw Lulu's disgusted expression, his face twisted. He then looked at Wu Yan. Bing Makoto smiled coldly. "Well then, I'd like to see what you're capable of tomorrow." Wu Yan glanced at Bing Makoto and smiled. He then looked away, causing Bing Makoto's face to twist even more. Bing Makoto took a few deep breaths and smiled again. He walked up to Wu Yan and extended his hand. "When the time comes, please have mercy on me." Wu Yan frowned when he heard this. He looked at Bing Makoto's hand and smiled. He also extended his hand and shook it. Wu Yan, who had been observing Bing Makoto, saw a sinister glint in Bing Makoto's eyes. At the same time, a stream of air so faint that even the air could cover it came out of Bing Makoto's hand and entered Wu Yan's body. Sure enough, one who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Wu Yan's expression didn't change, but he laughed coldly in his heart. Another person might not have been able to detect this tiny stream of air. However, it wasn't enough to prevent Wu Yan from detecting it. Bing Makoto thought that he had succeeded. After all, this tiny stream of air was a technique that he had personally researched. It was a technique that was specially used to trick people. This stream of air was very difficult to detect. At least, none of the people that Bing Makoto had used it on had noticed it. It would hide in the person's body and gradually grow stronger. It might not cause any harm in a short period of time, but after a long time, when the stream of air grew to the point of eruption, it would definitely kill the person. In the past, those who went against his will were killed by Bing Mian using this trick. After they died, Bing Mian didn't know how long it had been since he last met them. Even a law enforcement team didn't have any evidence that he did it. Therefore, Bing Mian used this trick time and time again. However, Bing Makoto had used it on the wrong person this time. On the surface, Wu Yan's expression didn't change at all. However, electricity quickly appeared in his body. A few electric currents flowed out from the depths of his body and came to the side of the stream of air. Then, they formed an electric net and surrounded the stream of air. Like a parasite, the stream of air could only jump around pathetically in the electric net. It was unable to escape. At this moment, Wu Yan urged the electric net. The electric net that carried the stream of air immediately came to Wu Yan's hand, which was holding Bing Makoto's hand. Wu Yan sneered in his heart. The electric net immediately dispersed and split into several electric currents. One of the electric currents hit the stream of air fiercely. The stream of air trembled and flowed out of Wu Yan's hand. It went through Wu Yan's hand and entered Bing Makoto's body. It returned to where it had come from. At this moment, Bing Makoto was still laughing at his successful sneak attack. He didn't realize that his sneak attack had returned to him. After letting go of Wu Yan's hand, Bing Makoto ignored Wu Yan. After a while, the stream of air in Wu Yan's body will explode. He just needs to avoid contact with Wu Yan for a while. When the time comes, who would suspect him when he dies? Of course, tomorrow is an exception. Tomorrow, I must teach this bastard a lesson in the arena tower. Bing Makoto looked at Shuju, Makoto, and Ikaros with some reluctance. Then he looked at Fei and Lulu and left with his people. When they were out of sight, Fei walked to Wu Yan's side and said in a serious tone, "You have to be careful tomorrow. Bing Makoto is a vengeful person. He won't let you go. He's ranked 25th. Wu Yan's mouth bloomed into a smile when he heard that. What he lacked, he got it. Chapter 314. At the center of the Spalier World Academy is a tower. There's a tower here, one that's taller than any other building in Silveria World Institute. It's cylindrical in shape, and from afar, it looks like a giant pillar. Only when you get closer, you'll notice that the surface of the tower is slightly irregular. This tower is the Spalier World Academy's Arena Tower. Anyone with a bit of experience would realize that the combat chi and mana that are hard to find in Silveria World Institute can be sensed by anyone who gets close to the place. Do chi and mana that couldn't be seen by the naked eye were wandering around the arena tower. Everyone's do chi and mana leaked out, and when they gathered together, the arena tower looked like a living beast. It was telling people that this place wasn't a peaceful place. Today, this peaceful place welcomes a person who isn't willing to be peaceful. Wuyan is also very helpless. Although it's his mission to conquer the arena tower, he just arrived at the Spalier World Academy. He hasn't even had a meal yet. The arena tower won't run away. It won't be too late to challenge the arena tower after he familiarized himself with the Spalier World Academy. It's just that he's not worried about fighting against the major factions tomorrow. However, there's a small problem. Although the people from the various factions looked down on him, he was still a special student. No matter how much they looked down on him, they wouldn't find someone who wasn't a special student to fight with him. Tomorrow, only a special student would fight with him. However, which of the special students in the Spalier World Academy hasn't challenged the arena tower before? The floors are too low and the special students aren't willing to stay. Therefore, most of the special students have broken through the 4th floor and are moving around on the 5th floor. Wuyan, on the other hand, hasn't even broken through the 1st floor. Wuyan learned from Fei Fei that the major factions are preparing to accept his challenge on the 5th floor. If he can't make it to the 5th floor tomorrow, he'll become a laughingstock. Therefore, Wuyan can only come to the arena tower in advance. When Wuyan walked into the arena tower, a deafening uproar almost made Wuyan faint. Looking up, I could see countless arenas lined up in an orderly manner. Some of the arenas were empty, waiting for others to come up and use them. Some of the arenas had 2 people standing on them, facing each other or fighting. The combat aura and magic on their bodies were burning even hotter than flames. Along with loud shouts, they collided with each other, and in the surroundings, there are rows of spectators. A large portion of the deafening uproar came from the spectators. Some are cheering, some are gnashing their teeth, some are arguing with others. In short, there are all kinds of voices. Wuyan helplessly shook his head and looked around, looking for something. And soon, Wuyan found his target. It's a small room without doors and windows opposite the exit. There's a magic formation inside. Wuyan walked towards the magic formation. He doesn't know if it's an illusion, but Wuyan felt that he attracted a lot of attention after coming here. Could it be that my reputation has already spread to this extent? What Wuyan didn't know was that because of his special student uniform, the students on the 1st floor subconsciously lowered their voices. That's why this kind of situation occurred. So when Wuyan stepped in the magic formation and his figure gradually disappeared, the voices here became a lot louder. After a flash, Wuyan arrived at an independent arena. To be precise, it's a room with an arena. There's not a trace of people around. There's only a person sitting cross-legged in front of Wuyan. "Welcome, Challenger." The 1st floor master opened his eyes and looked at the challenger who was teleported in. When he saw the person's uniform, the 1st floor master stared blankly. Then his expression turned serious. "So it's a special student. Looks like I'm no match for you." Although he said this, the 1st floor's owner still slowly stood up from the ground. His body suddenly burned with a majestic do chi. Looking at the intensity, the 1st floor's owner should be at the beginning of rank 6, which meant that he had just reached level 50. Wuyan couldn't help but exclaim. The 1st floor has a 6th rank. No wonder the 1st floor is so lively. It seems like they can't even pass it. But he's still far from being able to stop me. "Thank you for your advice." Hearing Wuyan's words, the 1st floor master immediately tensed up his muscles. But in less than a second, all his muscles froze. A drop of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. The reason was because of a hand that had been placed on his neck at some point in time. Looking at Wuyan, who was standing 10 meters away a second ago, and now standing right in front of him, the floor master bitterly laughed and retracted his do chi. "Passed. Ding. Congratulations to the user for passing the 1st floor of the Spalier World Academy's Arena Tower. Obtain 10,000 equipment points 5,000 ability points, and 5,000 summoning points. Character: Wuxia abilities, true ancestor bloodline, sword expert, cooking expert, complete memory, chaotic return to horizon dance, electromaster, LV5, equipment, Shana, rank C, dragon armor, rank C, meteor storm, rank D, summons, Misaka Mikoto, Katsura Hanajiku, Ikaros, Astria, Flandra, Scarlet, Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, Misaka's sister, 20,000 equipment points, 31,000 item points, 210000 ability points, 6,000 summoning points, 125000 level. 67. As expected, Wu Yin heard the system notification. He smiled and looked at the first floor master. Thank you. The first floor master nodded and said to Wu Yin, your information has been recorded in the center of the arena tower. From now on, when you come to the arena tower, all you need to do is to use the first floor's teleportation circle to reach the second floor. Your reward has also been recorded in your record card. I'll look forward to your next performance. Wu Yin nodded. At the same time, a teleportation circle appeared in a corner. Go. That's the way to the second floor. Thank you. Wu Yin disappeared from the first floor master's sight. He flew towards the teleportation formation, and soon, he disappeared into the magic formation. The first floor master stared in the direction of the teleportation magic array. After a long time, he sighed and muttered to himself. Looks like the arena tower is going to be chaotic again. Every floor of the arena tower has a crystal ball. The crystal ball is in operation 365 days a year. It's a screen that has been running since the day the arena tower was built. The main purpose of this screen is to record the progress of the students in Silverio World Institute. Their progress in the Tower of Arena is recorded. When Wu Yin cleared the first floor, Wu Yan's name appeared on the screen labeled Floor 2. The people on the first floor didn't notice. After all, when someone cleared the fourth floor, the crystal ball would notify everyone that someone had entered the fifth floor. Therefore, when someone cleared the second floor, unless they specifically looked for it, not many people would notice it. After all, the entire Spalier World Academy has close to 10 million people. No one noticed that Wu Yan's name disappeared from the second floor and appeared on the third floor. Chapter 316. Ding! Congratulations to user for clearing the fourth floor of Spalier World Academy's Arena Tower. Obtained 40,000 equipment points, 40,000 item points, 20,000 ability points, and 20,000 summoning points. Character: Wu Yin abilities, true ancestor bloodline, sword expert, cooking expert, complete memory, chaotic return to horizon dance, electromaster, LV5, equipment, Shana no Yamano, rank C, dragon armor, rank C, meteor storm, rank D, summons, Misaka Mikoto, Katsura Hanajiku, Ikaros, Astria, Flandra, Scarlet, Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, Misaka's sister, 20,000 equipment points, 121000 item points, 300000 ability points, 51,000 summoning points, 170000 level. 67. Phew! Wu Yin exhaled, and he put Nietono no Shana into his S.P.A.C. ring. The floor master helplessly laughed when he saw this. I knew I wasn't your match, but I didn't expect to lose so quickly. With your strength, you should be able to get into the top 10, right? Are the other 9 rookies as heaven-defying as you? Wu Yin was surprised. You know about us? The fourth floor master laughed out loud and said mockingly, didn't I say it very clearly just now? We need to go out and get some exercise. How can we not know about the 10 special students entering Spalier World Academy? Wu Yin flinched and he bitterly laughed. However, this floor master is not a bad person to befriend. The fourth floor master stopped laughing and became serious. Although I'm sure you've heard this many times, I'll still say it. Your information has been registered in the center of the Tower of Arena. In the future, whenever you come to the Tower of Arena, you can choose to go to the 5th level through the teleportation portal on the 1st level. Your reward for clearing the level has also been recorded in your record card. At the corner of the room, a familiar teleportation formation slowly floated out. Wu Yan, who has experienced this a few times already, knew that this teleportation formation can send him to the 5th floor. The floor master patted Wu Yan's shoulder and pointed at the teleportation circle. Here, the entrance to the 5th floor. This is where special students like you can move around. I wish you a triumphant return tomorrow. Wu Yan helplessly grinned and shrugged. You even know about this matter. It seems like my reputation has spread quite quickly. The floor master couldn't help but laugh when he heard Wu Yan's words. Yes, your reputation spreads fast. It's just that it's not a good reputation. For example, you're an arrogant newbie or a wolf with a big tail. The smile on his face froze. Wu Yan laughed in an embarrassed manner. This made the floor master laugh even more heartily. His laughter reverberated throughout the room. Even Wu Yan couldn't help but blush when he heard the floor master's laughter. He awkwardly walked towards the teleportation circle. At the same time, Wu Yan's name appeared on the 5th floor of the Silveria World INST. Toots level of the Silveria World INST. Toots level of the tournament tower. The crystal ball under the projection screen suddenly trembled, and a mechanical voice came out from it. It rang in the ears of the people who were still in the Tower of Tournament, causing countless people to stop what they were doing. Special student, Wu Yan, cleared the 4th floor. Special student, Wu Yan, cleared the 4th floor. Special student, Wu Yan, cleared the 4th floor. 3 voices with the exact same content came out from the crystal ball, causing everyone to look at each other in dismay. Then a commotion broke out. Wu Yan? Isn't that the new special student who's in the limelight? He cleared the 4th floor? That's impossible. TCH, what's impossible about that? Even if he's a newbie, he's still a special student. What's so strange about him clearing the 4th floor? What do you know? Who told you that a special student can clear the 4th floor? The floor master is a Tier 7 powerhouse. How could he be defeated so easily? It seems like this newbie has some skills. Not only does he have some skills, he has at least 8. He just entered the school today, and at the same time, he passed the 4th level today. That is to say, he passed the first 4 levels in a row. How valiant! Powerful? What a joke. Any one of the special students on the 5th floor can also clear the 4th floor in a row like him. He's just a newbie after all. What qualifications do you have to say that? He's a newbie, and he's still a special student. You're not even an elite student. How dare you criticize him? You're courting death. Why can't I say it? I'm still a senior. Oh, fine, go ahead and say it to him. Why? You don't dare? Hey, are you here to pick a fight? So what if I am? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Come on, just like you, let's go to the arena. I'll bet 1,000 credits with you. Come on, I'm scared of you. Similar conversations were happening in the first few floors of the Tower of Arena. Some were praising Wu Yan, while others were belittling Wu Yan. It caused a lot of conflicts, and the arena was packed with people. In addition to the conversations above, there were also conversations like this. That Wu Yan is already here. Then, will the other 9 beautiful, new special students come as well? I really want to take a look. That's right. Those 9 women's appearances have been exaggerated to the point that they look like gods. I want to see if they're really that beautiful. Even if they are, so what? They're special students. Why would they take a fancy to us? That's not necessarily true. Who knows? I might be able to catch the eye of one of them. Save it. Don't you know what you're capable of? It won't be your turn. There must be a lot of people in those big factions eyeing you. Do you want to compete with them? Forget about it. Think about it. Since the 9 beauties came with that Wu Yan guy, could it be that they already have some sort of relationship with him? That's true. Sigh. When will I be able to hold a good flower? Don't worry. If it's gold, it will always shine. If it's cow dung, it will always have a few good flowers. Bastard. Are you looking for a fight? You're right. I've been looking at you for a long time. Then come on. Let's go to the arena. Let's go. Wait. What? Are you trying to escape? Who's trying to escape? Let me see your record card. Let's see if you have enough credits first. Therefore, a different conversation brought about the same result. In the arena, there were a lot of people who didn't know each other before. Now, there were a lot of people who were lovey-dovey in the arena. The news of Wu Yin clearing the 4th floor and going up to the 5th floor was drowned out by the huge amount of people. There's nothing strange about this. After all, it's only a matter of time before a special student reaches the 5th floor. If it was an elite student who reached the 5th floor, they wouldn't be so calm about it. However, a portion of the people with ulterior motives had taken the news away, and these people were all from the 9 great factions. They weren't surprised by the news of Wu Yin reaching the 5th floor. If he couldn't reach the 5th floor, it wouldn't be worth it for them to fight him. What they care about is Chuju Mikoto, Ikaros, Flandrachon, Shokoha Misaki, Astria, Kanuhata Hisai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. Why is there no news of the other 9 special students? Chapter 317. The Spalier World Academy was extremely vast. Just the journey from the villa area to the center of the Spalier World Academy, where the arena tower was located, had taken Wu Yin quite a bit of time. Now, when he walked out of the arena tower, the sky was already slightly yellow. It seemed that dusk would arrive soon, and then it would be almost dark. Wu Yin rubbed his chin and glanced in the direction of his villa. Then he took out a small atlas from his space ring. On it were the words Spalier World Academy Map. His wine-red eyes swept across the atlas. Wu Yin put the atlas away and took out a crystal-like card. This crystal card was a record card. In other words, it was a card to record a student's credits. The credits of the Spalier World Academy were not the so-called credits of Wu Yan's world. The credits here were used as hard currency for transactions, equivalent to money. In the Spalier World Academy, almost all transactions were inseparable from the word credits. Even if you wanted to barter, the other party would tell you in advance how many credits his item was worth. Generally speaking, students who passed the Tower of Arena's checkpoints would receive a corresponding reward for passing the checkpoint, which was a reward of academic credits. The higher the checkpoint, the more academic credits would be rewarded. After passing 4 levels in a row, Wu Yin received a considerable amount of credits. Looking at the number 110,000 on the record card, Wu Yin couldn't help but smile. According to what he knew, passing the first level of the arena tower would give you 10,000 credits. The second level would give you 20,000 credits, the third level would give you 30,000 credits, and the fourth level would give you 50,000 credits. After passing 4 levels in a row, Wu Yin received 110,000 credits as a reward. This kind of credits was something that even the ordinary special credits didn't have. After all, students with special potential usually wouldn't choose to pass the arena tower. Naturally, they wouldn't have as many credits as the other special students. Of course, the young masters and young ladies of the big factions were an exception. They could find some things from their homes to exchange for a lot of credits. Some special students, on the other hand, had to pass the levels separately. Before they could accumulate enough credits, they would have spent them. Of course, the young masters and young ladies of the big factions were an exception. Wu Yin may have a lot of credits right now, but it won't be long before his credits start to dwindle. After putting away the record card, Wu Yin strode towards the trading district. The teaching system of the Spalier World Academy was very unusual. There were no teachers to teach, no books to study, and no classrooms to sit in. The only thing that existed was the students' own efforts. If they wanted to increase their strength, then they had to use all the resources in the Spalier World Academy to move forward. There was no shortage of potions and treasures that could increase strength in the Spalier World Academy. What the students had to do was to earn credits in addition to their cultivation. Then they would buy all the resources that could increase their strength and use them to support their cultivation. And Wu Yin was doing the same thing as the other students. He would use his credits to exchange for things that could increase his strength. However, Wu Yin wasn't interested in potions and treasures that could increase his strength. Those things couldn't increase his level that was linked to the system. What Wu Yin wanted to buy were things that could be turned over to the system in exchange for points. As long as he had points, then the system would be the only way to increase his strength. He had other plans for equipment. Props didn't have any direct help in increasing his strength. Summoning was even more related to increasing his strength. Therefore, Wu Yan's goal this time was to obtain ability points. In other words, it was to exchange for magic crystals. As long as he exchanged for enough magic crystals and turned them over to the system, he would be able to obtain the corresponding ability points. With ability points, he would be able to exchange for abilities that could increase his strength. And today, Wu Yin coincidentally found out what ability he was still lacking. He had already chosen his target and was only lacking ability points to exchange for it. It took Wu Yin half an hour to walk from the arena tower to the trading district. This made Wu Yin feel quite annoyed. If not for the trading district being an extremely lively place in the Spalier World Academy, Wu Yin would have directly flown to avoid attracting attention. Half an hour later, Wu Yin stopped outside an extremely wide street. There were many trading companies set up on the street, lined up in an orderly manner. On the signboards of these trading companies, there were clear and easy-to-understand words so that people wouldn't be unable to find the things they needed. Even if they couldn't find it, just standing outside and looking inside, the dazzling array of goods on the counter was enough to attract people's attention. In the street, the crowd was bustling. The fiery popularity was even more lively than the modern commercial streets of Academy City. Wu Yin couldn't help but click his tongue. Walking into this huge street, the surrounding noise almost made Wu Yin lose his bearings. He couldn't even distinguish between north, south, east, and west. This made Wu Yin curse in his heart. With a slight twist of his body, Wu Yin immediately squeezed into the crowd. His gaze constantly swept through the items in the trading companies on both sides. As his gaze swept through, Wu Yan's heart became more and more surprised. He found that some of the rare items here were not inferior to some of the big trading companies in the supply town. Perhaps it was because this Spalier World Academy was different in nature, but some of the rare items were even hard to find in some of the trading companies in the supply town. After being surprised for a while, Wu Yin began to look for the things he needed. Because the things Wu Yin needed were not treasures, they were just ordinary magic crystals. Therefore, it wasn't too difficult to find. After spending less than 15 minutes, Wu Yin found a trading company that specialized in selling magic crystals. Squeezing through the crowd, Wu Yin walked into one of the trading companies. He saw that the trading company was filled with all kinds of magic crystals. The magic crystals flickered with all kinds of light, illuminating the entire shop with all kinds of colors, displaying the function of magic lamps. Some of the larger magic crystals had more intense light circulating around them. There was even a trace of aura on the magic crystals that could be detected. With one look, one could tell that they weren't ordinary items. An old geezer is sitting behind a counter filled with magic crystals. His legs are crossed as he leisurely swayed back and forth. When Wu Yin entered the shop, the old geezer glared at Wu Yin before turning his head away. It's as if Wu Yin isn't a special student, but an errand boy. Waving his hand lazily at Wu Yin, the disheveled old man said impatiently, "What do you want? Just bring it up. I'll say this first. There's no bargaining here." Wu Yin's footsteps paused, and he frowned. He was a little dissatisfied. Isn't this guy's attitude a little too bad? Is this how people do business? Aren't they afraid that no one will patronize them? Just as this thought occurred to him, Wu Yin smiled bitterly. He looked at the crowded streets and the various trading companies, then at this place. It was deserted. Apart from those high-grade magic crystals, there was only a disheveled old man. It was obvious that no one would patronize this place, if not for the fact that the magic crystals here were of a much higher grade than those in other trading companies and could be exchanged for relatively more ability points. Wu Yin might have directly left. Glancing at the disheveled old man who ignored him after saying one sentence, Wu Yin sighed inwardly and told himself, "Forget it. What's the point of bickering with an old man?" Wu Yin then walked in front of the disheveled old man. The old man didn't even look at Wu Yin as he extended his hand. "Give it to me," Let me see how many credits it's worth. Wu Yin waved his hand, and he placed his ID card on the counter. He said, "How many magic crystals are worth this? Name a price." Chapter 3:18. Sitting on the bed, Wu Yin waved his hand, and a large number of magic crystals appeared out of thin air in front of Wu Yin. They fell towards the bed and scattered on Wu Yin's bed. This batch of magic crystals was bought by Wu Yin at the cost of 100,000 credits from that old man with a terrible attitude. The lowest grade in this batch of magic crystals was rank 6, and a small number were rank 7. It's not that Wu Yin didn't think of buying tier 8 magic crystals. After all, the higher the level of the magic crystal, the more ability points it can be exchanged for. However, it's not that the old geezer doesn't have any tier 8 magic crystals, but the price is too high. If he does the conversion, he would be making a loss. Therefore, Wu Yin could only settle for the next best thing and buy the rank 6 and 7 magic crystals. In the end, he was left with only 10,000 credits. Picking up a magic crystal, Wu Yin thought of his severely diluted record card and couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, no matter what it was always faster to spend it than to earn it. Next time, let Ikaros and the others challenge the Tower of Arena. It's free credits anyway. It's a waste not to take them. After muttering this, Wu Yin looked at the magic crystals in front of him and waved his hand again. In the next second, the few magic crystals disappeared on the spot. Only this time, they didn't get put away, they completely disappeared. Ding! Obtained 100,000 ability points. 100,000 ability points? That's right, it's linked to the spent credits. Shaking his head lightly, Wu Yin stretched out his hand and swiped in the air. Instantly, the system's projection list was pulled out by Wu Yin like the screensaver of a phone. He tapped on the ability column and skill, talent, and bloodline columns appeared on the projection list. Wu Yan's hand paused for a moment before he tapped on the skill column. Following Wu Yan's actions, a dazzling array of skill abilities appeared in Wu Yan's sight. The corner of Wu Yan's mouth twitched slightly. An impulse arose in his heart to tap on all the abilities. However, when he thought of his 151,000 ability points that just became 151,000, Wu Yin could only choose to ignore it. After all, even if he used the magic crystals to exchange for his ability points, it was just enough to exchange for the ability he wanted. Dragging on the list of abilities with one hand, Wu Yin stopped not long after. A familiar term appeared in front of Wu Yan's eyes. Infinite martial arts. Unparalleled martial arts that completely fuses the mind, technique, and body into one. No matter what kind of mental restrictions one is under, one's combat ability will be perfectly unleashed to the limit. Ability points, 150,000. Today, when he was challenging the 4th floor, Wu Yin discovered that he had the bloodline of a true ancestor and had become a true ancestor. At the same time, he also had infinite vitality, regeneration, and powerful physical abilities. However, he was unable to perfectly unleash his originally powerful physical abilities to the limit. Wu Yin knows that this is his weakness. No matter how you look at it, he's just a normal otaku. Compared to those who have been training and honing their strength since young, there's no way he can compare to them. At the very most, Wu Yin only had this sword mastery ability, which gave him a sword mastery that was not inferior to a sword master's. However, in other aspects, there was no way it could compare to sword mastery at all. If it wasn't for the complete memory ability and Mikoto's constant demonstration, Wu Yin would have needed some time to hone his electromancer ability before he could use it well. If he had honed his skills honestly, there would have been a day when Wu Yin would be able to fully utilize his own abilities. However, since there was a better way in the system, he would be an idiot not to use it. Infinite martial arts was Lancelot's ability in Fate. It was an ability that completely fused the mind, technique, and body and perfectly unleashed them to the limit. It was just what Wu Yin needed right now. In the original work, even in Berserk mode, Lancelot's lost mind could still perfectly unleash his own combat abilities under the guidance of his body. One could imagine how much more powerful infinite martial arts was compared to sword mastery in terms of techniques. Moreover, infinite martial arts was not limited to sword mastery. As long as it was one's own strength, it would be able to perfectly unleash it. Moreover, it would grant Wu Yin unparalleled skills and a heart of steel. If he exchanged it for infinite martial arts, although his level would not increase, his strength would increase by a lot. At the very least, Wu Yan's powerful physical strength that belonged to a true ancestor would not go to waste. His combat skills would also be raised to the level of an expert among experts. Compared to letting Wu Yan spend a lot of time honing his skills, it was undoubtedly more worth it. Moreover, skill-type abilities all had a special characteristic, and that was because they belonged to the aspect of using techniques. Therefore, skill-type abilities would directly record the method of using the ability and engrave it into the user's mind. Even if he wanted to forget it, he would not be able to. In the future, if by any chance Wu Yan's ability was limited, then the skill-type ability would definitely not be limited because the method of using it had already been recorded. As long as his skull was not broken, he would be able to use it. Therefore, when he thought of the ability in terms of techniques, it was the first thing that came to mind. However, Wu Yan did not expect that his 100,000 academic credits would be exchanged for the same number of ability points. Fortunately, when he challenged the Tower of Arena previously, there were rewards for completing the mission. Otherwise, Wu Yan would have to be thick-skinned and borrow from Fei Fei and Lulu. At that moment, Wu Yan clicked on Infinite Martial Arts to exchange. Ding! Obtained Infinite Martial Arts. When the system's notification rang out, Wu Yan's mind also exploded and instantly became blank. At the same time, countless memory fragments appeared out of nowhere and forcefully squeezed into Wu Yan's mind. A sharp pain burst out from the depths of his mind, causing Wu Yan to involuntarily hold his head. The veins on his forehead had already popped out, proving that Wu Yan was actually not having a good time at this moment. An endless stream of memory fragments appeared out of nowhere and squeezed into Wu Yan's mind. They squeezed into the deepest part of his memory and deeply engraved into Wu Yan's mind, supplementing Wu Yan's memory. As more and more memory fragments were accepted into Wu Yan's mind, Wu Yan's expression gradually eased. From time to time, wisps of understanding flashed in his eyes, as if he had understood something. At this moment, the system rang out again. Ding! User's ability, Sword Mastery, and Infinite Martial Arts are compatible. Sword Mastery has been merged into Infinite Martial Arts. Ding! User's ability, Cooking Mastery, and Infinite Martial Arts are compatible. Cooking Mastery has been merged into Infinite Martial Arts. Ding! User's ability, Complete Memory, and Infinite Martial Arts are compatible. Complete Memory has been merged into Infinite Martial Arts. Ding! User's ability, Chaotic Return to Horizon Waltz, and Infinite Martial Arts are compatible. Chaotic Return to Horizon Waltz has been merged into Infinite Martial Arts. Character, Wu Yan abilities, True Ancestor Bloodline, Infinite Martial Arts, Electromaster, LV5. Equipment, Shana the Emperor, Rank C, Dragon Armor, Rank C, Meteor Storm, Rank B, Summons, Misaka Mikoto, Katsura Hanajiku, Ikaros, Astria, Flandra, Scarlet, Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhata, Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu, Riku, Misaka's Sisters, 20,000, Equipment Points, 121000 Item Points, 300,000 Ability Points, 1,000 Summoning Points, 170000 Level 67. Wu Yan was stunned. Chapter 319. In the sky, the scorching sunlight poured down mercilessly from the big fireball, covering the wide ground. Everything that was exposed to the sun became hotter, telling people how good the weather was today and how high the temperature was. In this kind of weather, the best choice was to hide at home and eat ice cream, especially the girls. How many of them would be willing to expose their skin to the sun? But today, the Spalier World Academy wasn't the same as yesterday. Many of the students who were supposed to be in their own residences were rushing towards a certain direction. That direction was the direction of the Tower of Arena. It had to be said that although the rumor of a new special student challenging one of the 9 forces was scoffed at by countless people and received unanimous negative comments, it was still a fact that the rumor spread like wildfire. In the Spalier World Academy, whether they were here to watch the show or just to watch, they all had to admit that Wu Yan was indeed the center of attention. Perhaps the higher-ups in the Spalier World Academy knew about this. Therefore, in the Tower of Arena today, even the students who couldn't pass the 4th floor and could only move around the 5th floor were able to see the situation on the 5th floor through the projection of a crystal ball. Today, the 5th floor of the Tower of Arena was also completely booked. The numerous arenas were all empty. Not a single person chose to fight today. The students all chose to be an honest spectator to watch this feast. It was the same for the areas below the 5th floor of the Tower of Arena. It could be said that since the establishment of the Spalier World Academy's Tower of Arena, such a situation had never happened before. In this respect, Wu Yan was indeed a pioneer, because no one would be like him, declaring war on the Spalier World Academy or the 9 factions of the Spalier World. And just as Wu Yan said, he became famous at the 5th floor of the Tower of Arena. The members of the 9 factions were gathered around a rather large arena, waiting for the main characters of the day to arrive. Among them was Fei Fei, who led Deadly Forest, Bing Mian, and Bai Shi, who led Sea of Icicles and Crimson Land, respectively. As for some of the special students from the smaller factions who were not related to the 9 major factions, they sat down in the spectator seats. Countless students on the 3 floors below the 5th floor looked up at the projection screen, waiting for the arrival of the battle. The students on the 1st floor, on the other hand, turned their heads and looked in another direction, toward the entrance of the Tower of Arena. At a certain moment, one of the sharp-eyed students' eyes suddenly lit up. He abruptly stretched out his finger and pointed at the entrance of the Tower of Tournament as he shouted loudly, "They're here!" When the voice rang out, all the students on the 1st level of the Tower of Battle swiftly turned their heads and looked towards the entrance of the Tower of Battle. There, 3 figures were slowly walking in. It's Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto. Yesterday, Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Ikaros passed the first 4 floors of the arena tower and obtained the entry ticket to the 5th floor. However, Flanderchan's power was sealed, so she couldn't come to the arena tower. That's why she couldn't tag along. It's not that Wu Yan can't temporarily remove the seal, but who knows if Flanderchan's mind will go haywire again after she regains her power? So, the 3 of them left Ikaros behind to take care of Flanderchan and entered the Tower of Arena together. They were worried about Ikaros taking care of Flanderchan, but since Ikaros wanted to share Wu Yan's burden, she accepted this heavy responsibility without a second thought. The 3 of them had no choice but to believe in Ikaros' ability to nurse Flanderchan. The moment Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto stepped into the Tower of Arena, the 1st floor of the Tower of Arena fell into an eerie silence. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto slowly made their way to the teleportation circle. When they reached the 5th floor, the number of students before Wu Yan's group wasn't as scary as the 1st floor. After all, there are only special students on the 5th floor. There are at most 1,000 of them, and there are a few otherworldly experts who didn't come. Therefore, Wu Yan's group didn't feel as uncomfortable as they did on the 1st floor. The moment Wu Yan appeared, Fei Fei immediately led Fatal Forest members to greet him under the watchful eyes of the other factions. Her actions speak volumes about one thing. Fei Fei is on Wu Yan's side. Looking straight at Wu Yan's face, Fei Fei asked softly, "What do you think? Are you confident?" Although Fei Fei had 100% confidence in Wu Yan's strength, she doubted that Wu Yan would be able to last until the end under the challenge of so many people. At the very least, Fei Fei admitted that she wouldn't be able to do it if she didn't use some recovery potions and treasures. Before Wu Yan could say anything, Chuju laughed and said to Fei Fei, "Fei Fei, don't worry about it. It's good to let him be taught a lesson, right?" Wu Yan's face fell, and he rolled his eyes at Chuju. Mikoto was also dissatisfied. Chuju is right. It's best if this guy slips up and gets taught a lesson. Seriously, he didn't even let me fight. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. The last sentence should be your true thoughts. right? Makoto turned her head. That's right. Seeing Wu Yin, Chuju, and Makoto still have the time to show off their love, Fei couldn't help but sigh in relief. At least, she didn't see any lack of confidence on Wu Yan's face. Not far away, the people from the 8 factions coldly watched the interaction between Wu Yan's group and Fei. Bing Mian snorted and looked coldly at Wu Yan. Since you're here, then go on stage. There are many people here whose time is precious. They don't have that much time to waste on a newbie like you. Wu Yan faintly glanced at Bing Mian and chuckled. He walked towards the arena. Everywhere he went, the people from the 9 factions opened up a path for Wu Yan to enter the arena. Standing on the arena, Wu Yan looked down at everyone and then turned to look at Bing Mian with a smile. Since your time is precious, then go on first. Don't worry, I know your time is precious, but it won't take much time. Arrogant. Bing Mian's face darkened. A murderous aura flashed in his cold eyes. How could he not understand Wu Yan's meaning? He's obviously saying that it won't take much time to deal with him. Let's see if you still have that sharp tongue when you're kicked off the stage. Bing Mian has made up his mind. He won't let Wu Yan off so easily. He's going to humiliate Wu Yan in the arena and then kick him out. He won't let him off so easily. Even though Wu Yan said that he'll join the faction of whoever defeats him, Bing Mian doesn't want to accept someone who's about to die into the sea of ice. Even if there's no evidence to prove that he's the culprit, he'll still be implicated. However, even if he doesn't accept Wu Yan, Chuju and Makoto are a different story. Bing Mian glanced at Chuju and Makoto not far away. In his mind, he was still thinking about Ikaros, whom he met yesterday. Involuntarily, a sinister sneer appeared on his face. Bing Mian didn't notice Wu Yan's cold smile on his face. Wu Yan had been staring at Bing Mian all this while. Bing Mian didn't notice the cold smile on Wu Yan's face. Chapter 320. As Wu Yan stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere on the 5th floor became tense. Everyone held their breaths, and the silence was terrifying. The arena was surrounded by the members of the 9 factions. Chuju and Makoto stood beside Fei in front of Deadly Forest. They looked at the arena calmly. A lot of people saw Hinajuku and Makoto's faces. Some were suspicious. They didn't understand why they weren't worried about their companions. Some laughed in disdain. In their opinion, maybe the 2 girls were just blindly trusting each other. While some pondered, could it be that their relationship wasn't that good? No matter how they guessed, they wouldn't have guessed that the 2 girls didn't trust each other blindly. They trusted each other completely. In the arena, other than Wu Yan, there's only one referee left. Although he's called a referee, he's only responsible for handing over the credits of the duels and announcing the end of the duel. The judge glanced at Wu Yan and the crowd. Now, let's begin the battle for the new special student Wu Yan. Are there any challengers? Everyone focused on the judge's words. Wu Yan looked at Bing Mian. His meaning was obvious. Bing Mian sneered. He looked at Wu Yan and said mockingly, "You don't think you have the right to make me, the second leader of the Sea of Icicles, attack you in the first round, do you? Let's talk about it after you've passed the test." Wu Yan rubbed his chin as if he's thinking of something. He couldn't help but smile. "You're not suitable to go up on stage. You should just stay below the stage. You're the second leader of the Sea of Icicles. You, of course." Wu Yan is referring to the day when Bing Mian ambushed him. Bing Mian didn't seem to notice that. He thought Wu Yan was mocking him. His face was as dark as a thundercloud. Bishi looked at Wu Yan from afar. He wanted to make a move, but as a cautious person, he decided against it. He decided to observe for the time being. The other 6 factions had the same idea. Therefore, for a moment, the scene actually became a little cold. Just as Wu Yan was about to lose his patience, the judge spoke first. "Are there no challengers?" The judge's words didn't sound fair and strict. Instead, he sounded impatient. What surprised Wu Yan is the fact that the 9 factions, including Bing Mian, are starting to get restless after hearing the referee's words. At that moment, Bing waved to a special student behind him and said to him, "You go up. Don't hold back." "Yes, sir." The special student responded and raised his head. Suddenly, A face full of scars appeared in front of everyone. He was grinning maliciously. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, he leaped into the arena and landed in front of Wu Yan. It was at this moment that the audience saw the true form of this person. The muscles all over his body bulged as if they were exploding. Their surface was shining with a metallic luster. Countless scars crisscrossed his body, making him look particularly intimidating. Even though he was more than 5 meters away from Wu Yan, everyone could see that Wu Yan was like a child compared to Bing Mian. They couldn't help but wonder how he managed to hide behind Bing Mian without being noticed. He grinned maliciously at Wu Yan and said, "Ranked 58th, special student from the Sea of Icicles. Little guy, accept my challenge." Wu Yan nodded and took out his record card. 10,000 credits. If you win, it's yours. Bing Mian grinned maliciously and took out his record card as well. In that case, I'll gladly accept your 10,000 credits. The referee spoke when he saw Wu Yan and Bing Mian take out their record cards at the same time. Both parties, please hand your record cards to me. Wu Yan saw the arrogant Li Shi retracting his ugly smile. He respectfully handed his record card to the referee. That look of his is more of a grandson than a grandson. Wu Yan looked at Bing Mian in surprise. Wu Yan realized that most of the people present were in awe of the referee. This surprised Wu Yan. Wu Yan glanced at the referee. His eyes flashed, and he activated the system's perception. Then he clicked his tongue. The referee was actually at the 8th stage. A 8th-stage cultivator actually came to be a referee? Wu Yan fell into deep thought. It seemed that the upper echelons of the Spalier World Academy had found out about this feast. Perhaps they were afraid of unexpected casualties, so they arranged for a referee who could control the situation. No wonder Bing Mian became a grandson. After handing over his own record card to the referee left the arena. Now, there were only 2 people left in the arena. Bing Mian became arrogant once the referee left the arena. He looked at Wu Yan, who only reached his waist, and laughed loudly. "If you're afraid, I don't mind if you surrender, kid." Wu Yan only smiled at Bing Mian's arrogance and looked at him. "All right, if necessary. I'll give you time to surrender, big guy." Ryushi snickered in disdain, and he yelled out loud. A surge of Do Chi ignited from his body and enveloped his huge body. The powerful Do Chi created a huge gust of wind that blew towards Wu Yan. It blew Wu Yan's hair into a broom. "Ha ha ha! Die!" Li Shi laughed heartily and raised his fist. Suddenly, all the battle chi in his body condensed towards his fist. When the last trace of battle chi fused in his fist, Li Shi's fist actually enlarged by several times. "It's here! Bing Mian's destruction fist." Ha ha! Once the destruction fist is used, that newbie is in for a bad time. He won't be able to survive without breaking a few bones. Seeing this, the people from Sea of Dense Ice cheered loudly. Even Bing Mian had a smile on his face. Fei Fei, on the other hand, had a serious expression. "This is going to be troublesome." Chuju heard and couldn't help but ask, "Fei Fei, is that destruction fist very powerful?" Fei Fei tightened her grip on Night Elf and said with a slight headache, "It is indeed very powerful. At least, if I take that punch head-on, I won't be able to avoid serious injuries." At this point, Fei Fei laughed again. Of course, although the destruction fist is very powerful, its speed is limited. If you want to, you should be able to dodge it easily. Chuju nodded. At this time, Makoto's mouth twitched and she said calmly, "That guy, don't tell me he wants to take the punch head-on?" Fei Fei and Hinajiku were shocked when they heard Makoto's words. They looked at the arena, and they couldn't stay calm anymore. The reason for that is Wu Yan's eagerness to give a try. Fei Fei was shocked. She took 2 steps forward and shouted at Wu Yan. "Yan, you can't take that punch head-on. Even you can't take it head-on." Unfortunately, Wu Yan didn't react to Fei Fei's words. Instead, Bing Mian was excited. He was most afraid that his opponent would dodge. Now that his opponent wants to take the punch head-on, it's the perfect opportunity. With a loud roar, Bing Mian raised his fist and smashed it towards Wu Yan's chest. Everywhere the fist passed, The air started to burn. It was like a falling meteorite. No one doubted that Wu Yan would be seriously injured by this punch. At this critical moment, Wu Yan raised his hand and met the incoming destruction fist head-on. He met it head-on. After a loud bang, Bing Mian's fist that was as big as a table was locked in a stalemate with Wu Yan's small fist. Chapter 321. Everyone was stunned. Whether it was the spectators or the people from the 9 factions, there was no exception. Even Fei Fei, Chuju, and Mikoto were a little dazed. Almost everyone who knew Strongman knew about his destruction fist. That was a punch that could smash an ordinary person into pieces. In the past, even those rank 8 teachers didn't dare to take this punch head-on. But now this newcomer actually did. At this moment, everyone had the same thought. They had kicked an iron plate. This is impossible. Li Shi cried out involuntarily. He could feel that the tiny fist that was pressing against his own fist had a strength that was 1 or 2 times stronger than his destruction fist. Li Shi couldn't believe it. His opponent was clearly just a tiny little thing. Satisfaction flashed through his wine-red eyes. Wu Yan is satisfied. One look, and you can tell that Li Shi's destruction fist is something that no one below Tier 8 can take on. Yet he did. The true ancestor's powerful body was one of the reasons. Another reason was the infinite martial refinement that he had just exchanged for yesterday. If it was before, Wu Yan wouldn't have been able to take on this punch. But now, with the infinite martial refinement, Wu Yan condensed all the strength in his body into a hard force and directly took on this punch. For the first time, this powerful body of his was able to display its sharpness. The corner of Wu Yan's mouth curled up. Looking at the dazed strong man in front of him, his eyes narrowed. With a light shout, he suddenly exerted his strength and pushed back Strongman's huge fist. The hand that was originally in the shape of a fist suddenly changed into the shape of a palm. Wu Yan directly aimed at Strongman's exposed chest and fiercely pushed it. Following a muffled bang, Strongman immediately screamed. His 200-kilogram body was sent flying by Wu Yan's palm. He flew over the heads of the audience below the stage and smashed into the wall of the spectator stand. After another muffled bang, the wall was smashed into pieces by Strongman's body. Strongman's head drooped, and he directly fainted. The entire venue was silent. The referee's 2 hands that were holding the record cards swiped twice. The record card that belonged to Wu Yan changed from 10,000 to 20,000. At the same time, the referee raised his hand and shouted, "Wu Yan versus Strongman. Wu Yan wins." Following the referee's voice, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. For a moment, the entire 5th floor was filled with gasps that reverberated in the air. Everyone looked at the fainted strongman, who had smashed the wall into pieces and hung on the wall. Their faces were filled with shock. No one could say anything at this moment. One move. With just one move, Strongman of the Sea of Icicles, who was ranked 58th in the Spalier World Academy, was defeated just like that. In an instant, many people recalled their previous evaluations of Wu Yan, such as arrogant, ridiculous, and so on. Now, all of that vanished in a thin air, leaving not a single trace behind. At this time, if anyone still thought that Wu Yan was arrogant, then that person was an idiot. The referee looked at Wu Yan and said seriously, "New special student Wu Yan defeated Strongman of the 58th rank. I hereby announce that Wu Yan has obtained the 58th rank." Ding! Congratulations to the user for defeating the 58th rank of the Spalier World Academy and obtaining the 58th rank. Successfully ascended to the top 100. Obtained 10,000 equipment points, 5,000 ability points, 5,000 summoning points. Ding! Congratulations to the user for defeating the 58th rank of the Spalier World Academy and obtaining the 58th rank. Successfully ascended to the top 90. Obtained 20,000 equipment points, 10,000 ability points, 10,000 summoning points. Ding! Congratulations to the user for defeating the 58th rank of the Spalier World Academy and obtaining the 58th rank. successfully ascended to the top 80, obtained 30,000 equipment points, 15,000 ability points, 15,000 summoning points. Ding! Congratulations to the user for defeating the 58th rank of the Spalier World Academy and obtaining the 58th rank. Successfully ascended to the top 70. Obtained 40,000 equipment points, 20,000 ability points, 20,000 summoning points. Ding! Congratulations to the user for defeating the 58th rank of the Spalier World Academy and obtaining the 58th rank. Successfully ascended to the top 60. Obtained 50,000 equipment points, 25,000 ability points, 25,000 summoning points. Listening to the incessant system notifications, Wu Yin laughed. He couldn't help but laugh. Just by pushing someone, he received a total of 150,000 equipment points, 75,000 ability points, and 75,000 summoning points. If he didn't laugh, then when would he laugh? The sudden increase in points made Wu Yin unable to hide his excitement. He looked at the ice surface. Since the 58th rank gave him so much, then defeating the 25th rank would mean that he wouldn't have to worry about points for the time being. Wu Yin looked at the crowd below the stage, as if he was looking at a fat sheep. He softly shouted, "Again!" The word "again" angered many of the students of the 9 factions who were still a little afraid. A cold snort came from below the stage and entered everyone's ears. The owner of the snort came out from one of the factions and walked onto the stage. "What's there to be arrogant about defeating the 58th rank? I'm a 49th rank. Let me tell you, the 58th rank you defeated is nothing in the eyes of us who are in the top 50. After saying that, the person took out his record card and got into a battle stance. 5 seconds later, with another muffled sound, another person appeared next to the strong man hanging on the wall. Ding! Congratulations to the user for defeating the 49th ranker of Silveria World Institute and obtaining the 49th ranker in the ranking. Successfully ascended to the top 50, obtained 60,000 equipment points, 30,000 ability points, summoning points. Again, kid, you better not be too arrogant. Let me tell you, I'm the 40th rank. Bang! Ding! Congratulations to the user for defeating the 40th rank of the Spalier World Academy and obtaining the 40th rank. Successfully ascended to the top 40. Obtained 70,000 equipment points, 35,000 ability points, summoning points. Again, damn it, don't be too arrogant. I'm the 36th rank. Bang! Again, I'm the 34th rank. Bang! Again, I'm the 31st rank. Towards the end, the people coming up to the stage got stronger and stronger. Gradually, Wu Yin couldn't do the same thing as before, where he could take down his opponents in one move. However, these people didn't pose any threat to Wu Yin. At most, they delayed the muffled sound that was supposed to be heard immediately. Then they went down the same path as the people in front of them. Muffled sounds rang out rhythmically in everyone's ears. Following each muffled sound, a human imprint would appear on the wall. Over time, the human imprints actually lined up in a row. In the spectator stands and at the side of the arena, all the students were starting to get numb to the incessant sounds. This time, they truly realized that the other party wasn't an arrogant person. Even if he was, he also had the strength to be arrogant. Bing Mian's face was ashen. He was panting heavily. Bing Mian told himself that his opponent's stamina would reach its limit soon. At that time, he would be able to teach him a lesson. As Bing Mian thought of this, he did not realize that his eyes were no longer as disdainful as before. Chapter 322. Wu Yin stood in the center of the arena and glanced at the flickering afterimages around him. His heart was calm, as though he had already seen through those afterimages. The infinite martial refinement, the unparalleled martial art of mind, technique, and physique could give Wu Yin an unparalleled body technique that could turn something rotten into something magical. Naturally, it could also give Wu Yin a mind technique that ordinary people could not touch. The true ancestor's powerful combat ability, coupled with the magical infinite martial refinement, allowed Wu Yin to possess both strength and technique at the same time. Compared to the day before, his strength had increased by quite a bit. If Wu Yin had the confidence to contend with a Stage 8 powerhouse in the past, then now, by relying on the true ancestor's bloodline and the infinite martial refinement, Wu Yin was confident that he could fight against a Stage 8 powerhouse. Which one was stronger, contending or fighting? No one would not be able to tell. Wu Yin's heart was calm. All the sounds around him had been automatically blocked by him. All that was left was his quiet world and the sound of footsteps on the floor. At a certain moment, Wu Yin suddenly tilted his head slightly. In the next second, a fist appeared in front of Wu Yin out of thin air. It brushed past Wu Yin's cheek and smashed behind Wu Yin. Wu Yin placed a hand on the arm that passed through his shoulder and smiled at the frightened face in front of him. Then, he pushed his palm fiercely against the student's chest. After an unknown number of muffled sounds, the Redland Special student, who had relied on his super high speed to contend with Wu Yin for a while, was sent flying. He followed Li Shi and the others in front of him and smashed into the wall. The referee seemed to be used to it. When the muffled sounds were heard, he raised his arm and announced loudly, "The new special student, Wu Yin, wins." All the students present looked at the wall that was filled with people. They didn't know what to feel, especially the people from the major factions. Other than Deadly Forest, none of them were not feeling conflicted. After all, this was the first time the newcomer had won a battle. Originally, the student from the big forces wanted to stand out in front of their boss and teach that arrogant newbie a lesson. However, at this moment, they had already thrown their previous thoughts into the gutter. None of the top 40 super experts were able to inflict any damage to the other party. What did they do? Actually, they weren't the only ones with such thoughts. The students below the 5th floor who could only move around on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors were also thinking the same thing. The students who didn't think highly of Wu Yin and thought that Wu Yin was arrogant and conceited tossed that thought away. If someone who was already ranked 31st could be considered arrogant and conceited, then what were they? Wu Yin's strength was finally accepted by all the students of the Spalier World Academy. Wu Yin was truly famous now. A new special student challenged one of the 9 major factions of the Spalier World Academy in less than 2 days and instantly became the 31st powerhouse. It was hard for him not to be famous. Fei Fei had a smile on her face. Her worry had disappeared after seeing Wu Yin's performance. Fei Fei didn't expect Wu Yin to not be tired at all after so many battles. Fei Fei didn't need to worry that Wu Yin would be killed by the wheels. Fei Fei has been observing Wu Yin since the beginning. She noticed that Wu Yin's every move, every style, every move, every step, it's as if he's going through the most meticulous planning. While he's displaying his skills to the fullest, he didn't waste any of his energy. It's as if he was a master who had trained hard for his whole life. Fei Fei had to admit that Wu Yin was much stronger than the last time she fought him in Bahurl. At least, Fei Fei believed that Wu Yin hadn't used his full strength yet. Fei Fei raised Night Elf, and her eyes flashed with fighting spirit. She looked at Wu Yin, and she mumbled, "You're not the only one who got stronger." Chuju and Mikoto heard Fei Fei's murmur and looked at each other with a smile. Then, they looked at the figure in the arena again. Unlike Fei Fei, who was worried, Chuju and Mikoto didn't believe that Wu Yin would lose. They were only worried that Wu Yin would fight recklessly and get injured unnecessarily. Unlike Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Fei Fei, who were having a joyous atmosphere, the people from the other 8 factions were all having a dark expression on their faces. After all, those who had been easily defeated just now were all their proud battle generals, especially Bing Mian. His face couldn't be described as dark anymore. Or rather, purple would be more appropriate. Out of all of them, he was the one who hated Wu Yin the most. Enough. Bing Mian looked at the wall of people behind him and shouted loudly, attracting everyone's attention. Under everyone's gaze, Bing Mian took a deep breath and walked towards the arena. Finally decided to come up? A pair of wine-red eyes that were originally filled with indifference gradually turned cold. Bing Mian couldn't look at him, but how could he look at Bing Mian? Bing Mian's disgusting gaze towards Shuju, Mikoto, and the others was enough for Wu Yan to hate him. What's more, Bing Mian wanted to set him up. This time, I'll teach you a lesson. The two people standing in the arena had the same thought. Bing Mian looked at Wu Yan coldly. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. I don't want to wait any longer. Wu Yan smiled faintly. From the start, I've said that your time is precious. Don't waste it. Who can you blame? Just get on the arena and let me send you off the stage. Isn't that better? Bing Mian was so angry that he laughed. Is that so? Then I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to send me off the stage. A pair of daggers appeared in Bing Mian's hands. A pair of daggers that looked like they were made out of ice. Wu Yan paused and he frowned. Rare armament, Bing Mian sneered. That's right. This is a rare armament. Don't say that I'm despicable. There's no rule against using armaments in the arena. Wu Yan laughed. No, I won't say that you're despicable. Wu Yan looked around and laughed mockingly. Your despicableness is already ingrained in everyone's heart. I don't need to say it. Bing Mian was furious. He spun the daggers in his hands and took a step forward, slashing towards Wu Yan's mouth. Watch me tear your glib tongue apart. Wu Yan maintained his mocking smile as he watched Bing Mian coming towards him. He didn't move until Bing Mian was right in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan stretched out his hand. The dagger slipped through Wu Yan's fingers and was caught by Wu Yan. Wu Yan grabbed Bing Mian's hand and used his other hand to slap Bing Mian's face. Slap! The slap landed on Bing Mian's face. Bing Mian was stunned by Wu Yan's slap. Everyone below the stage was stunned by what just happened. A slap to the face. It was a slap to the face. Bing Mian touched his cheek in disbelief. He could feel the pain at the corner of his mouth. Thick flames of anger surfaced on Bing Mian's face. Bastard! Bing Mian shouted angrily. He waved both daggers in front of his chest and slashed towards Wu Yan's hand. He didn't show any mercy. However, a hand suddenly appeared in front of the dagger and clamped the two daggers. Then, the hand that Bing Mian was about to chop off swung again and slapped Bing Mian's face. Slap! Following the crisp sound of another slap, the two people on the stage came to a standstill. Everyone below the stage felt their hearts skip a beat at the same time. Chapter 3:23. Silence. A deathly silence. At this moment, no one on the 5th floor, which contained hundreds of people, made a sound. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. No, not only the 5th floor, but even below the 5th floor, in the 4 spaces where millions of people were, no one made a sound. They stared blankly at the scene on the screen, as if they were in a dream. Ice. Saito, the second young master of the Saito family, one of the 12 strongest forces in the Spalier world, one of the Spalier world's Ailu Empire's second young master, the second leader of the Sea of Icicles, ranked 25th. And now he was slapped in the face in front of all of them. And he was slapped in the face by a new student who entered the academy less than 2 days ago. The crisp sound of the slap seemed to have transcended time and space, echoing in everyone's ears. The scene is still fresh in their minds. When the students in the arena tower regained their senses, the first thought that came to their mind was that the Spalier World Academy will never be peaceful again. The people on the 5th floor and below had a completely different feeling. Forget about the future. They don't think they'll ever be able to calm down again. In the arena, one of them is still swinging his hand. The other is still leaning his cheek to the side. Both of them didn't move at all, telling everyone that what happened just now wasn't a dream. An oppressive atmosphere started to spread throughout the silent 5th floor, causing many people to break out in cold sweat. Some even had the urge to run away. On the other hand, the members of the Sea of Dense Ice were all silent. However, the battle aura and mana on each of their bodies were constantly rising. This was a sign that their hearts were not calm at all. Feifei's expression started to change. After a while, she sighed. Even she doesn't know how to react to this situation. Shuju and Mikoto looked at each other. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even they didn't expect things to turn out this way. However, there's a hint of satisfaction in their eyes. They've been displeased with Ice for a long time. If possible, they'd like to slap him too. As for which faction he's from, it's none of their business. Seeing the disbelief on Ice's face, Wu Yin finally made a move. He retracted his hand and swung it at Ice's face again. Ice finally reacted, his expression changed, and he quickly dodged to the back. However, the moment he dodged, Wu Yan's hand moved to his chest. Wu Yan looked at the shocked Ice and smiled. "Are you afraid?" The second leader of the Sea of Icicles. Bing Mian paused, and he slowly raised his head. He looked at Wu Yan with a pair of cold eyes. There was no anger in his eyes. There was no emotion. There was only an infinite amount of coldness. "You're dead." Bing Mian spoke as if he's talking about something normal. It's as if he wasn't the one who was angered by Wu Yin just a moment ago. Bang! Bing Mian's Do Qi, which was stronger than anyone else's, began to surge. His Do Qi fluctuated violently on the surface of his body. That icy blue Do Qi actually emitted traces of cold air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to turn into tiny ice shards. At the same time, a powerful aura surged out of Bing Mian's body. Bing Mian raised the dagger in his hand. His face was expressionless as he stared at Wu Yan. No one doubted that Bing Mian would charge forward in the next moment. Wu Yan didn't mind Bing Mian's powerful aura as he curled his lips. However, a glint flashed across his wine-red eyes. At a certain moment, a cold glint flashed across Bing Mian's eyes. He didn't say anything else as he stomped his foot on the ground. His body shot forward, and in a flash, he appeared on Wu Yan's left side. The dagger in his hand pierced towards Wu Yan's abdomen without hesitation. However, just as the dagger was about to pierce through Wu Yan's abdomen, a blue-white light flashed in front of Wu Yan's chest, after which a finger-sized black metal piece appeared in front of the dagger. Clang! The dagger landed heavily on the black metal piece. However, it didn't pierce through as easily as Bing Mian had expected. This caused Bing Mian's face to turn serious. Swoosh! Suddenly, Wu Yan stretched out his hand. With a flick of his finger, a tiny lightning bolt whizzed out from his fingertip like a storm and struck the black metal piece. Instantly, the metal piece transformed into a deadly hidden weapon and directly flew towards Bing Mian's face. Umph! Seeing that Wu Yan was still aiming for his face, Bing Mian didn't dare to be careless after his previous lesson. When he saw Wu Yan's attack, he snorted coldly. The dagger in his hand drew an arc of light, and like a light shield, it sent the metal piece flying. Swoosh! Bing Mian's dagger drew a sharp arc and pierced towards Wu Yan at lightning speed. Even some of the 7th-stage practitioners wouldn't dare to face such a force head-on. Wu Yan lifted his head and looked at the ferocious dagger coming towards him. His eyes narrowed. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and slashed down. When the cold light of the dagger was reflected in Wu Yan's eyes, Wu Yan's hand had also slashed down. The force tore through the air and slashed towards Bing Mian's dagger. Instantly, the scene of Wu Yan blocking the rare armament with his bare hands appeared in front of the crowd. Countless people's mouths were wide open and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Ice dagger. A ferocious glint flashed across Bing Mian's eyes. His monstrous Do Qi swept out in a frenzy. The dagger trembled and its size swelled up like Li Shi's fist. A rich blue light rapidly gathered at the dagger and actually condensed into a long ice dagger. Boom! Instantly, the ice dagger swept across. Wu Yan frowned and quickly retreated a few steps. The ice dagger brushed past his eyes. The cold air from the dagger brushed against Wu Yan's face, causing Wu Yan to frown even more. His wine-red eyes narrowed, and Wu Yan's body paused. This was a sign that Wu Yan was impatient. Hence, in the next second when the ice dagger brushed past his eyes, Wu Yan's body rushed forward. He clenched his hand into a fist and casually swung it to the side. Over there, one of the pair of ice daggers was passing by. Wu Yan's punch was as if he had predicted that the dagger would pass by. In the end, It created a situation where the dagger purposely delivered itself to his doorstep. After a soft sound, one of Bing Mian's daggers was sent flying off the stage by Wu Yan's punch. The situation changed so quickly that Bing Mian and the other students couldn't react in time. By the time they reacted, Bing Mian's dagger had already flown away. Fei Fei and the group of leaders sighed at the same time when they saw the situation and said softly, "Don't worry. Bing Mian is going to lose." Perhaps even Bing Mian could see that he was going to lose. He could no longer maintain his cold expression. Instead, it was replaced by a look of disbelief and complete madness. Damn it, like a wounded beast, Bing Mian's remaining dagger went straight for Wu Yan's chest. However, this action didn't elicit surprise, it elicited pity from Wu Yan. In the blink of an eye, Bing Mian's remaining dagger disappeared from his hand. It followed Bing Mian's footsteps and flew out of the arena. The moment the dagger flew away, Bing Mian's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. That's because Wu Yan's fist is getting bigger and bigger in front of him. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew by. A figure flitted past the students below the stage and leaped onto the stage, appearing beside Wu Yan. Chapter 3:24. How could Wu Yan not notice a living person appearing right next to him? Wu Yan had already noticed the figure when it was flying through the air. However, the figure had appeared too suddenly, and Wu Yan's reaction was a little slow. By the time the figure appeared right next to him, Wu Yan had already reacted. However, before Wu Yan could react, the owner of the figure threw a punch at Wu Yan's face. This was the scene that unfolded in the arena. Bing Mian's body was slightly tilted back. His pupils were still constricting violently. The image of Wu Yan's fist was still reflected in his eyes. Wu Yan stood in front of Bing Mian and threw a punch at his face. Meanwhile, the figure threw a punch at Wu Yan, forming a triangular encirclement. Therefore, the crowd of students who saw this scene could not help but cry out in surprise. Clearly, they did not expect that there would actually be someone who would directly go up on stage to disrupt the situation. Furthermore, he had even made a move. Watch out! Chuju, Mikoto, and Fei Fei couldn't help but be shocked. They really hadn't expected that someone would openly attack a person who was in the middle of a duel in the Tower of Tournament. Even Wu Yan's wine-red eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. However, he didn't retreat. Anger flashed across his eyes. The fist that was aimed at Bing Mian actually drew an arc and miraculously appeared right in front of his opponent's fist. This was the secret of the infinite martial refinement. Body and skill is one. No matter what the situation was, one would be able to unleash perfect combat strength. Retracting and changing the direction of one's attack was something that Wu Yan, who possessed the infinite martial refinement, could easily do. In an instant, fist against fist, the two fists fiercely hit each other. Boom! A strong gust of wind blew from the two fists that collided. The whistling wind swept across the entire arena. Then, like a storm, the wind swept out from the arena and attacked in all directions. Many people could not help but raise their hands to protect their faces from the strong wind. A cold light flashed in his wine-red eyes. From this punch, Wu Yan could sense that his opponent was definitely a strong person. He was much stronger than Bing Mian. In fact, he wasn't much weaker than Fei Fei. However, since his opponent had publicly come up to the arena to throw a wrench in the process and even attacked him, there was no need for him to hold back. Immediately, Wu Yan gathered the strength in his body and gathered it into his fist. Bang! An even stronger wind blew from the confrontation between the two fists. His opponent's fist was retreating. It was obvious that his strength was inferior to Wu Yan's. Bang! Following Wu Yan's exertion of strength, the sound of a heavy blow rang out. The figure was forced back a dozen steps by Wu Yan's powerful blow. He half-knelt on the other side of the arena. Under everyone's gaze, the person seemed to be numb. He gently clenched his fist, and a serious look flashed across his eyes. What a strong body! At this moment, the referee glanced at the person and said indifferently, Due to the interference of a third party in this duel, I declare that Bing Mian has lost the right to fight. The winner of this duel is Wu Yan. As the winner's ranking is lower than the loser's, the new special student, Wu Yan, obtains the loser's ranking, Bing Mian. He is ranked 25th. The referee's voice rang out in the 5th level, which had quieted down due to the sudden turn of events. Many people who were still in a daze woke up. At the same time, it triggered a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the user for defeating the 25th ranker of Silveria World Institute and obtaining the 25th ranker's ranking. Successfully ascending to the top 30. Obtained 80,000 equipment points and item points, 40,000 ability points, and summoning points. Ding! Congratulations to the user for leveling up. Current level, 68. The system notification and the referee's announcement rang in Wu Yan's ears along with the level-up notification that he hadn't heard for a long time. However, at this moment, Wu Yan didn't pay too much attention to the two noises. Instead, he looked at the figure that appeared out of nowhere. "You. Who are you?" The person slowly stood up from the ground, and the figure was finally seen clearly by everyone. However, when they saw the owner of the figure, many of them were shocked. Among them, Bing Mian was the most surprised. When he saw the newcomer, Bing Mian was surprised. Then, he was pleasantly surprised, revealing a very obvious look of joy. "Big brother." "Big brother?" Wu Yan frowned. His wine-red eyes focused on the person who came. He activated the system, and a light flashed. "Bing Ling? Saito, level 68. Wu Yan's furrowed brow loosened up. "Since he called you Big Brother, then you must be the true leader of the Sea of Thick Ice, the young master of the Saito family." The person who came was Bing Mian's big brother, Bing Ling. He glanced at the surprised Bing Mian and said calmly, "I'm not the young master, but I am in charge of the Sea of Thick Ice." Wu Yan smiled. Then, his expression turned cold. "Then, as the leader of the Sea of Thick Ice, can you tell me why you are interfering with my duel with your brother?" Bing Ling laughed when he heard Wu Yan's words. "You said it yourself. He's my brother. Since he's my brother, why would I let him get hurt?" Wu Yan laughed and shook his head. His laughter was getting louder and louder. However, it made Bing Ling's expression darken. It was obvious that he was mocking Bing Ling. "What's so funny?" "It's funny. Of course it's funny." Wu Yan took a deep breath and said to Bing Ling, "Saving your brother? What a reasonable excuse. If you didn't punch me, then it would be even more reasonable, right?" Bing Ling's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. Everyone saw how he attacked Wu Yan. What else could he say? At this time, Fei Fei came up with Hinajiku and Mikoto. She glanced at Bing Ling and said in a low voice, "Bing Ling, aren't you afraid that the Academy will punish you for interfering with other people's duels?" The Ice Spirit smiled carelessly and looked at the referee on the other side, who was looking at her, and said, "No one is injured, right? According to the rules of the Tower of Arena, if no one is hurt, then I will have to deduct 100,000 credits. Bing Ling, can still afford it." After saying that, Bing Ling took out his record card and threw it to the judge. But this action angered Hinajiku and Mikoto. Sparks appeared on Mikoto's forehead. "Oh, that's scary. Miss, you seem to be a very rare lightning magician. Why don't you consider joining my Sea of Ice? I can give you the best conditions." The blue and white lightning flashed even more frequently. Mikoto was furious and wanted to go forward, but Wu Yan stopped her. Wu Yan pulled Mikoto behind him and looked at Bing Ling. He then looked at Bing Ling and said, "You're quite impressive. Your family is indeed extraordinary. However, how many 100,000 yuan do you have that you could deduct from? Don't tell me you want to interfere with my duel." Bing Ling smiled. "My goal is to save my brother. Since I've achieved my goal, I won't interfere with your duel." Wu Yan chuckled, and he gestured at the ice with his lips. "If that's the case, why don't you take that piece of trash away?" "What did you say?" Bing Mikoto's eyes flashed fiercely. He wanted to attack, but Bing Ling stopped him. Bing Ling said to Wu Yan with a dark face, "As the loser, my brother doesn't have the right to stay in the arena, but..." Bing Ling narrowed his eyes and said, "No matter what, he's still my brother. If I don't help him, Then it's not right. Do you accept my challenge? Chapter 325. Will you accept my challenge? This sentence immediately caused an uproar among the various forces who had been watching the battle. At the same time, many warmongers were excited. Brother, Bing Mian shouted. He wanted to say something, but Bing Ling raised his hand and cut him off. He stared straight at Wu Yin, telling everyone that he was serious. Wu Yin was satisfied with Bing Ling's words. It would be best if he could fight. Otherwise, he wouldn't know who to vent his anger on. But before Wu Yin could agree, Fei Fei whispered into Wu Yan's ear, "Be careful. Bing Ling isn't someone like Bing Mian. Even though they're both level 7, Bing Ling is ranked 9th in the top 10. Wu Yin didn't show any signs of worry when he heard that. Instead, he laughed. Rank 9? 9 is good. 9 is a good number. That's undeniable. Makoto reached out and pulled on Wu Yan's sleeve. She's a bit annoyed, but she's also a bit eager. Yin, why don't you let me do it? Wu Yin flinched, and he shook his head without hesitation. What a joke. If this violent cis cannon goes up on stage, who knows when the audience would be electrocuted by her indiscriminate electrocution. When that happens, it will be fun to play around with, of course. Wu Yin shook his head without hesitation. She almost lost it. Why? Let me fight one round, just one round. All right, Makoto, stop messing around. Hanajiku hurriedly pulled Makoto off the stage. None of those people are your match. Why are you joining in the fun? Makoto struggled, but to no avail. She had no choice but to be dragged off the stage by Hanajiku. Wu Yan's mouth twitched at the dissatisfaction on her face. Duels and whatnot are only second to Gouda in terms of attractiveness. Bing Ling's gaze followed the girls as they walked down the stage. When everyone left the stage, he looked at Wu Yin with a smile, and he repeated the same thing once more. Will you accept my challenge? Wu Yin grinned, and he nodded in front of everyone's different expressions. This made the spectating students even more excited. Is the top 10 in Spalier World Academy stronger? Or was this newcomer, who had become famous in less than 2 days, stronger? Everyone couldn't help but be attracted by such a gimmick. Bing Mian returned to the front of the sea of ice. His face was dark. Losing to Wu Yin was a big blow to him. Bing Mian clenched his fist as he looked at Wu Yin. He said in a voice that only he could hear, "Wait for me to use my trump card. You can go to hell then." It was a pity that the so-called backup plan was in Bing Mian's body at this moment. The judge slowly stepped forward and glanced at the two people on the field. After a while, he waved his hand and a calm voice was heard under the expectant gazes of the crowd. Begin. The atmosphere of the entire place exploded at this moment. The referee's indifferent voice was like a spark that ignited a bomb, completely breaking the tense atmosphere in the arena. Boom! On the battlefield, the first to attack was the Ice Spirit. An icy blue dough chi burst out from his body, and his figure turned into a blurry shadow as he charged towards Wu Yin with lightning speed. Wu Yin was surprised by Bing Ling's speed and decisiveness. His eyes became serious. Bing Ling's speed was not something Bing Mian could compare to. He covered the short distance of 10 meters in the blink of an eye. The crowd saw the blurry shadow enter Wu Yan's body. Fei Fei and the others were worried for Wu Yan. When Bing Ling was 3 meters away from him, Wu Yan finally made his move. Wu Yan's feet flashed with lightning. He quickly moved back a few steps and put some distance between him and Bing Ling. This performance caused many people to stand up and cry out in surprise. Lightning element magic. Everyone couldn't help but cry out in shock. It was common knowledge in Silveria that combat aura and mana couldn't coexist. Even the commoners knew this, let alone the geniuses from all over the world. Wu Yin, on the other hand, has been using melee combat since the start of the fight. He's obviously a warrior, but now he's surrounded by lightning. Did the newbie break the world's knowledge? At this moment, it was the 8th rank referee who muttered to himself, "It shouldn't be lightning magic. Dochi and magic definitely can't coexist." Hearing that, Fei Fei could not help but ask, Then what's with the lightning on Yan's body? The judge said that newbie might have used a Do-Chi technique similar to the Saito family's Ice Do-Chi. The Saito family's Ice Do-Chi has the ability to create ice. That kid should have used a similar lightning element Do-Chi. He really hit it well. Everyone understood after hearing the judge's explanation. They didn't notice that Chuju and Mikoto's faces were red. They were trying to hold back their laughter. Bing Ling on the stage and Bing Mian below the stage naturally heard the referee's explanation as well. Both of them had different expressions on their faces. Bing Ling's expression was grave, while Bing Mian's expression was one of resentment and unwillingness. After all, this proves that Wu Yin didn't use his full strength when he fought with Bing Ling. On the stage, Bing Ling took Wu Yin seriously when he saw that Bing Ling was able to pull away from him. He wasn't Bing Mian. As one of the top 10 rankers, he wouldn't make the mistake of underestimating his opponent. Bing Ling clenched his fist, and a pair of daggers similar to Bing Mian's appeared in his hands. Wu Yan's eyes narrowed when he saw this. He waved his hand, and the Ni Dianshana appeared in his hand. Wu Yan didn't dare to deal with Bing Ling like how he dealt with Bing Mian. He didn't dare to deal with Bing Ling as leisurely as he did with Bing Mian. As the two of them took out their armaments, the atmosphere in the arena reached a climax. Everyone was focused on the battle, afraid that they would miss out on an exciting battle. At a certain point, Bing Ling floated up and he thrust his daggers at Wu Yin with lightning-like speed. Ding! Bing Ling's daggers stabbed the Ni Dianshana that had just passed under Wu Yin. Sparks flew and a strong force was released from the daggers, pushing the Ni Dianshana down. Bing Ling grinned when the daggers hit the Ni Dianshana. He bent his arms and applied some force to the Ni Dianshana. He somersaulted in the air and kicked off with both feet. His body shot towards Wu Yan's neck like an eagle hunting its prey. The pair of sharp daggers in his hands brought with it a chilling wind that would make one's skin crawl. Wu Yan felt goosebumps all over his body. Wu Yan raised his eyebrows in the face of Bing Ling's sudden change in attack. Lightning flashed under his feet again, and he retreated a few steps. He casually raised the Ni Dianshana from the bottom and blocked Bing Ling's daggers. From this, it can be seen that Bing Ling's infinite martial refinement is worthy of the word unparalleled. Bing Ling was surprised that his attack failed. He twisted his body in the air like a fish in water. He stuck close to Wu Yan's body and flew behind Wu Yan. Wu Yan put away his sword and looked up. At the same time, Bing Ling landed on the ground and stood not far in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan's heart started to burn as he looked at Bing Ling. Is this the strength of the top 10 students in the Spalier World Academy? Finally, I can get serious. Chapter 326. Fifth level of the Tower of Arena. Everyone's expression was a little dazed as they watched the two people in the arena. Some of them even showed signs of their eyes popping out of their sockets. This exchange between the two did not last for long. It had only lasted for an instant. However, it was extremely dangerous. If either party made the slightest mistake, the long blade and the dagger would cause the other party to suffer serious injuries. Most of the people in the audience seats were unable to see the degree of danger involved. In their eyes, they could only see the two figures swiftly crossing each other in this exchange between Wu Yan and Bing Ling immediately. One of them leaped into the air and landed on the ground an instant later, once again forming a face-off situation. Of course, the special students below the arena clearly saw this exchange. A wave of exclamations involuntarily sounded when the two of them separated. On the arena, Bing Ling gently rubbed the two daggers in his hands. His gaze was somewhat grave as he looked at Wu Yan. In a previous lightning-quick exchange, the latter's extremely rich combat experience and godlike fighting skills had not allowed him to gain the slightest advantage. Bing Ling's eyes flickered as a thought rapidly spun in his mind. The other party's speed and combat experience are above mine. I am definitely at a disadvantage in close combat. The only area where I can beat him is Ice-type Do-Chi. In that case, I will use the characteristics of ice to suppress him. Bing Ling's body suddenly trembled as this thought fell. Immediately, a wave of icy blue dou qi that contained a cold air suddenly surged out from Bing Ling's body. The dou qi lingered around his body. The icy blue dou qi was extremely gorgeous. It appeared to be showing off, but its strength was not something that anyone dared to underestimate. Wu Yin raised his eyebrows. The ice palace cover in his hand was gently raised. He was very curious to see what kind of action this Bing Ling would do that would surprise him. Suddenly, the icy blue dou qi on Bing Ling's body turned into streams of cold air. They left his body and floated above the entire arena, forming streaks of blue light. As the dou qi continued to surge out from Bing Ling's body, a special pressure was formed from those streams of light. Immediately, it covered half of the arena. Seeing this scene, Bing Mian was pleasantly surprised. He also had ice dou qi. How could Bing Mian not know what was going on? The oppressive feeling that enveloped the fighting arena was not an ordinary aura. Under this oppressive feeling, regardless of whether it was speed or dou qi recovery speed, they would all be reduced a little. This was the most unique move of the Saito family's ice combat force. Even Bing Mian himself had yet to learn it. Of course, this kind of pressure didn't have much effect on Wu Yin. His speed might be affected, but his dou qi recovery speed had nothing to do with Wu Yin. It's just that others can't see it. No matter how powerful you are, under this pressure, you will be somewhat affected. At the very least, you shouldn't be able to use the speed you did just now. Looking at Wu Yin, who was at the center of the pressure, Bing Ling could not help but laugh. At this time, Wu Yin also felt the effects of the pressure on his body. He couldn't help but frown as he lamented in his heart. As expected of a character ranked in the top 10. If he didn't have any special abilities, how could he suppress those students who were also at the 7th step? Wu Yin glanced at the numerous blue streaks of light. He used Nian Den Shana to slash at one of the streaks of light that passed by. However, it passed right through it, as if he was slashing at air. At this time, Bing Ling made his move. The tip of Bing Ling's feet touched the ground, and with a swoosh sound, he instantly closed in on Wu Yin. Chi! Chi! Bing Ling did not hesitate when he saw Wu Yin in front of him. His arms shook rapidly, and his daggers were like two cold vipers. They drew a series of afterimages in the air and condensed into dots of icy light. Then he viciously stabbed at Wu Yan's body. It had to be said that Bing Ling's timing was really good. If it had been anyone else, they would have been seriously injured while their speed was affected. Unfortunately, Bing Ling was facing Wu Yin, who had the infinite martial refinement. Ding, ding, ding. With the help of the infinite martial refinement, Wu Yin moved nimbly in a small area. Wu Yin waved the ice palace shana in his hand like a shield, protecting his entire body behind it. The countless dagger afterimages that came piercing over continuously pierced the dark hall jhana. Many clear dang sounds resounded in this space like a strange musical note. Wu Yin gripped Niyamoto no shana tightly. The veins on his arms bulged. The dagger looked light, but when it landed on Niyamoto no shana, it felt like a block of ice. If True Ancestor didn't have such a strong physique, Niyamoto no shana would have been sent flying by the attack. Coupled with the opponent's concentrated attacks, even with Wu Yan's strength, he found it a little difficult to deal with. Fortunately, such a concentrated attack also consumed a lot of Bing Ling's energy. This storm-like attack lasted for about a minute before it finally slowed down. After a while, the afterimages of the daggers suddenly disappeared, and the pressure on the ice palace shana was also reduced. Wu Yan's eyes narrowed. The ice palace shana was swung horizontally, forcing Bing Ling back. Wu Yan took a few steps back and looked at the panting Bing Ling, feeling a little helpless. This fellow does indeed have some ability. Slowly exhaling, Wu Yan glanced at Bing Ling. After the exchange, he had gained a little understanding of Bing Ling's fighting methods. Bing Ling's gaze was a little heavy as he stared at Wu Yan. He could not help but feel a headache when he saw that the latter did not show any signs of panting. If this continued, he would be the one to fall in the end. No, he could not engage in a battle of attrition. He had to end it quickly. Suddenly, Bing Ling extended both of her hands. She moved her hands, and an even denser ice-blue dough qi surged out from within her body, after which it wrapped around her entire body. The ice-blue dough qi continued to spread. Finally, it condensed into a huge dough qi ball. Moreover, the dough qi ball was contracting and expanding rhythmically, as if it was brewing something. Seeing this strange scene, Wu Yin could not help but raise his heart. He did not want to be defeated because he had underestimated his opponent. Thoughts rapidly circulated in Wu Yan's mind. Should he bring out his true strength? That's right. Wu Yan had not used his full strength yet. From the beginning to the end, Wu Yin had only relied on the magical skill of infinite martial refinement to combine with the true ancestor's physical ability to fight the challengers. Without mentioning anything else, Wu Yin had not fully utilized the electric user's ability. He had only used the electric user's ability to provide some support. It could not be said that he had used his full strength. Otherwise, with Bing Ling's strength, which was slightly weaker than Fei Fei, how could he have fought Wu Yin for so long? Don't forget, before this, Wu Yin had the ability to fight Fei Fei to a draw, let alone now that he had the true ancestor's bloodline and infinite martial refinement. Moreover, his level had risen quite a bit since his duel with Fei Fei. Now that Wu Yin had completely familiarized himself with infinite martial refinement and understood its power, there was no need to hold back anymore. At that moment, the lightning on Wu Yan's forehead began to flicker, and his aura began to rise. At the same time, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes began to turn slightly, and then they turned gold. However, this gold color only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. Wu Yan's eyes returned to their wine-red color, and even the lightning on his forehead disappeared. It's not because Wu Yan is weak, it's because there's a figure standing between him and Bing Ling, a figure that wasn't there before. Looking at the figure, Wu Yin could not help but sigh, and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Another troublemaker. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.